might just be 2 lanes of racks to give up. Hell, it might be all 3. If you get the kill onto Yuma here, Yuma has to move himself away. Song comes up in 2 seconds. Did he want to try and use it? But even if they do use it, what can they get after the fact? Song comes out. What are they setting up for here, though?
I think they're buying time for the Doom, but it's just not enough. They have no damage.
Yep, Kuro, he's going to be forced back by the spear, deleted. And that is a lane and a half of racks here for Beast Coast. They don't even need to stop here. They're going to be able to go for a full lane, a full second lane. They might just even go for Megas. And there's no way for... I don't think NGX have the momentum or have that damage to be able to push Beast Coast out of their own base.
Yeah, I don't think they do either. They're going to get a good Doom. But it could just be KD.
Yeah, let's see what's going to happen here. You got Mind Control trying to chase down, but the reflection from the Lotus, actually, it's going to be a Doom onto MC. So the chase down, do they have enough damage to get the kill onto Yuma? I think if Yuma goes down here, we might just be looking at the end of game number 1. Yuma going to be bounced around by this Rolling Thunder. They do get the kill. No buyback for the Naga Siren. Mikey in the trees. It looks like he just has to TP himself back to the fountain. It will be Megas. It is going to be game number 1 going the way of Beast Coast.
All right, so they start with a bang. A couple of unorthodox heroes, I think, the Mars and the Nick, especially together in the same lane, but they made it work. And this is something that South America does so well. Like, they have their own meta. They have a couple of heroes that sometimes only they play. And it can be their downfall, or it can be something amazing, like in this game at this time. I do feel like other teams could have abused that lane a little bit more than Nigma was able to. I think that is quite a risky lane that they actually ended up making. But when it works against a mid-Coddle, it's going to look amazing. Parker was free to farm, and if you get a free Sven game against Naga, it looks that way. Like, you can't... There's nothing that Yuma could have done. It's just a total awful matchup. So very early Naga and very early Coddle picked from Nigma end up backfiring a little bit.
Yeah, it just felt like the... Again, I don't want to put it all on Mikey, but the pick of the Keeper of the Light, it wasn't that early snowball hero that builds a lot of momentum, you know, that was able to get around the map. And he got picked off a few times, like you say, that Nyx Assassin getting some quick levels, the quick 6, the Warlock being able to put lane pressure on as well. And it just seemed like, yeah, NGX were not able to build up any momentum. And that's the worst thing in the world, that because you do want to be fighting 4v5 or 4v4 coming through. If you're on the back foot and the Naga Siren doesn't want to join in, you know, you are constantly going to be taken advantage of and, you know, forced into these fights that you just can't win.
So next time, I think Nigma should probably either be willing to flex the Coddle, or you need to like at least keep some of your cores later on for the pick, because I don't feel like either Mikey or Yuma were set up in terms of carry matchups or in terms of lanes to really shine. And then it gets really hard to win any game like that. You know, it doesn't really matter the opponent. I think it was a tough climb for Nigma, and Beast Coast, they just really utilized all of those timings. They didn't really do a lot of mistakes, just got Roche in the game. Pretty simple, you know?
Yeah. And yeah, like you say, Beast Coast had that game plan and stuck to it. And again, going back to this particular fight, that the way that the prioritized targets is like, okay, we didn't land the spear on the Naga Siren, so we do take down the kill, you know, get the kill onto the Disruptor first, and then go back for the Naga afterwards. It was great target priority coming out from Beast Coast. He just had some amazing jumps, amazing fights, and it seemed like they were always in that perfect group of 2 or 3 to take advantage of these jumps and find at least one kill at all times. Yeah,
for sure. In terms of like spell casting, there were even some mistakes from Beast Coast, but carry-to-carry matchups and the matchups in general were too good, and it didn't matter in a lot of the fights. They were already very, very far ahead. The Doom this game, I felt it quite flat. You know, it's not only about mind control, just the hero itself. I don't think it necessarily felt amazing to have it this game. I think they were trying to cover the Enchantress pick, and for that is good, but I don't think the hero really brought too much to the table.
Yeah, and we saw there as well that it was the Lotus Orb, so it was this technically the self-Doom coming out, that because he tried to get a couple of right-clicks in, you know, he threw out the Infernal Blade and thought, I can get some right-clicks in while he's stood, instead of Infernal Blade straight into the Doom. It just allowed time for that Lotus Orb to come out, and the Doom, MC ended up dooming himself in that last fight there as well. So just little mistakes coming through, and you know, that maybe if NGX clean those up, they would be in with a better chance of taking game number 2.
Yeah, I think so. Definitely a hard task, though. I think any team would struggle like against a draft like that. But yeah, let's see what they can bring to game number 2. I still feel like Nigma can take a game out of this coast. It's just that this was barely a game. After the 10-minute mark and I saw that Nyx as leveled as he was, I was like, okay, this game is almost impossible. And in no time they were able to quickly, like, they needed a really good Static Storm Song combo, but they never really got it. At the end of the day, like, you don't really have a vacuum, you have no way to really put people together, so just
series here. That first game, Bowie, Beast Coast just looked really comfortable. How did NGX get themselves back into it? How did they try and play around? Was it just a draft issue, do you think, or is there a little bit of a confidence issue, do you think, that NGX have to work out getting into the second game?
I think it was for sure a draft issue. I don't think we even got to see Nigma play Dota. Like, how can I say this? I think that there's not only a draft issue, because the lane that destroyed the Mars and Nyx, I don't think it should have gone as well as it did. So in that sense, I think that is either a skill issue or just a little bit of nerves coming into this tournament. But because the lane ended up going so well, then you can't really even play Dota afterwards, because everything else is so good on the draft of Beast Coast. Like this, as we said, the Sven versus Naga, the Pangolier just playing so aggressive, the Kotl being so afraid, forced to go for this build that feels so bad. But yeah, I just want to see a draft that's a little bit easier to play. We saw the same thing with BetBoom. They picked Naga game 1. They got too greedy of a draft. And then game 2, they came back in style, destroyed Secret in game 2, right? So yeah. I could see a draft where Beast Coast just loses the next game. We'll see if that can happen, as we see Beast Coast choosing Radiant. They were Dire last time. And first pick's going to be Enigma Galaxies. So
we'll see, what if they're going to get the Warlock for the first time, the first pick in this first time. So the bans Invoker, Bite Rider, the TA, and the Pango all being taken away. The Pango looking really impressive in that last game as well. Some great Rolling Thunders in. Just immediately, once the Rolling Thunder was up, it felt like he was never in the mid lane. You was constantly looking for those ganks. Found that quick, just straight into the Ags. Some big items to come through. And the Diffusal Blade as well that started up, slowed down the Yuma a couple of times to get those kills, get the openings. And this time, we're still going to see the IO ban. We'll see if it is going to be that Warlock ban coming through, though, this time for Enigma Galaxy, or whether they want to let that one through again for Beast Coast.
Yeah, I do like the Batrider ban here from Beast Coast, understanding that Enigma, they do have this tendency of first picking Mikey's hero. And with the Nyx Assassin proving to be a really good response, they just let the Kotl through. And if, in case it does come to that, they can always pick the Nyx, unless Nigma decides to ban it and go for the Kotl. That could be a Chad move, right? They're like, okay, that's the only reason you guys won that game, so we're still going to play our Kotl. But I actually expect Nigma to do something different here.
I think that's the furthest we've ever seen the Dawnbreaker get through the draft as well. I was crossing my fingers. I wasn't saying anything in case I jinxed it, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be played today. And why does the Dawnbreaker, after not being played for so long, why is she this first phase ban material?
They buff way too many things about the hero. Usually, you would need to, for you to get the better animation on her Q, you would need to buy a shard, but now that's given for free. They buffed like everything about her, from some of the items that she buys. Desolator got some buffs, to Soul Ring, that is another pretty good item on her, got buffed in the same patch. And oh, look at that. They actually still the Warlock, ban the Mars. Okay.
Cheeky. Okay, yeah, that's... they're looking, I can't say happy with that, but, they're not looking sad that they were able to get the Warlock, like say the Mars ban, the Warlock coming through. And Beast Coast, how are they going to respond to this one? What's the... it sounds silly because it's a position 5 hero, but what's the best answer to this Warlock coming out?
I want to see a Nyx. I think it should be the answer. Just being able to cancel the upheaval. You just walk into it and you instantly cancel it. There's still the aspect of the lane being a bit weak that I'm not sure I'm a big believer. But if they made it work in game 1, why not in game 2? I think they proved themselves. And think of supports that can counter that. Nyx is probably the easiest one, because you don't want to blow like global silence to cast something like that, to cancel something like that. But instead they go tiny. It does have some ways to deal with the upheaval, and it is a flex.
I was going to say, do you think this is something that Dark Mago likes to play? Do you see this in the mid lane often, or do you think they might try and put it on like the 4?
It is his favorite hero. They flex it sometimes, but more often than not, it is Dark Mago's hero. I'm not a big believer in Tiny Dispatch, though. I think there's way better melee heroes, from the Shaker mid to the... I guess Shaker's probably the biggest one. Marcy is slowly kind of gaining traction. we'll see what they're gonna do with this Tiny. But you know, let's pretend it's a flex.
Yeah, and I like the LC ban here as well. It just means that if you are casting that upheaval, you know, you like you say, you're channeling your Sud still, so you are a big target for something like the duel. And Enigma Galaxy just like, we absolutely do not want this hero in the draft at all, so just immediately take it out after you pick up the Warlock.
Definitely a strong hero in the hands of Sacred. I wonder if Gyro's going to be addressed here at all, or if it's going to go through. They do ban the bird on the side of Enigma.
Yeah, Phoenix being taken away, and Phoenix, I think every time we've seen a ban, it's been in the first phase, so the fact that it got through to the end of the second phase, you know, teams, both NGX as well as Beast Coast, maybe forgetting about it a little bit, and then Enigma Galaxy is like, oh yeah, that hero exists, we best take it out.
Yeah, the meta evolving, right? They were forced to ban this Mars now. Like, you would never say that Mars is higher priority than Phoenix, but against a South American team like Beast Coast, it is, and so they do take it. There's a lot of value, a lot of comfort, a lot of flex. You know, Mars is already rare. Mid Mars is even more rare, and I think it works really well against a lot of the heroes that Mikey likes to play, like from the Batrider to the Coddle.
And I do wonder if they go back for that. I think if they're going to do it, though, they don't pick it up as early. You know, don't leave themselves open to that next pick if that's what they want to go for. Maybe Beast Coast, they could look towards the techies again. I think it's a really good combination with the Tiny, just being able to get the blast off in, setting up for an Avatos. You know, you set up for the Tiny stun. The Avatos combo coming through, so maybe that's something that they might look towards. We've already seen a couple of techies today anyway, as Beast Coast do take out the Beastmaster.
Definitely a hero that's growing popularity. That Hawk is annoying as hell. It roots you in lane if you don't really have an answer, or if you want to pick a hero that doesn't do well against it. It's always nice. And if they want to go Sven again, for instance, the Roar is quite the problem, because you don't want to go Lincoln Sphere on Sven never.
Yeah, but let's see what Beast Coast want to be picking up. Again, is there anything that, apart from the Nyx going back for, that you think stands out as a way to deal? Let's see. They go for the Primal Beast. Okay. So, going to be able to throw himself in the middle of these fights. Now, question, mid or off lane Primal?
You do have the flex, which is the beautiful part. Right now, I am not necessarily in favor of any. I think if the Tiny is a 4, for instance, it is kind of a weird lane. You don't have a lot of mana sustain between the two heroes. You're both melee. Like, you can get Monkey Kings, you can get Abuse, as they will go for. Alright. Yeah, Shaker, for instance. That is one of the things when I look at Beast Coast that sometimes kind of hinders them. I feel like for a while, like they have their identity, and they love to like play off of the heroes that they like, and they really don't make an effort. Very frequently, they don't make an effort to learn the meta heroes or to play the meta. And I feel like if Tiny is going to be going off against Shaker mid, I think Earthshaker is just everything that Tiny is, but better. So we'll see what's going to happen. But, you know, the fact that they prioritize Tiny here is kind of crazy. That's probably why it's so hard to draft against them as, you know, a player from Western Europe. Because, like, what's happening? These guys are picking Tiny first pick. But, you know, it is what it is. They are very good players, just have very strong ideas about what's good and what's not. Good Rubik pick, though. Just being able to steal the Fissure. We're not sure if it's mid-Shaker just yet, but always nice to be able to steal that.
Yeah, there's some really big spells like the Fissure, Echo Slam coming out, Upheaval, as well as the Chaotic Offering coming out from the Warlock as well. There's some big spells that the Rubik will be, you know, licking his lips at, trying to steal away from the side of NGX coming into these team fights.
Yeah, one thing we didn't talk about, that the Rubik makes sure that the Tiny has to be mid, right? So it is offlane Primal.
Yeah, and it's... I don't mind that. Like I say, I think the Tiny has some good impact. I think the Primal Beast is just a proper lane bully as well. Even with the recent nerfs coming out through in the last couple of patches, that Primal, if he gets on top of you, which he can stay on, if it's going to be the position for Rubik as well, so telekinesis coming through, if he can get on top and stay on top of you, anybody in this lane has a really hard time against the hero, I think, and the gap close coming out as well from the just getting that rush in. It's really hard to try and deal with the Primal Beast in the lane.
They did nerf Rubik's lane quite a bit, making the Fate Bolt damage reduction from like 14 to 5 at level 1. That's a 3x nerf on the hero. So lane-wise, you're gonna feel Schofield much weaker than he used to be. But still, the hero, as you get level 6, as you get more levels, you'll be able to get all of those amazing spells. It's just a bit harder to get there than you used to. And what do you pick here? So you know the offlane. You could pick the carry right now if you want to, because you know it's gonna be a Primal Rubik, and they get a Bloodseeker.
Yeah. I guess that's a little harsh on the Primal in the lane, which obviously Enigma Galaxy want, because you'll be able to just sit and right-click the Primal Beast. But I think once the ultimate starts to come out for the Primal, it's going to be a little bit harder for the Bloodseeker in the lane.
Yeah, it's one of those matchups where the Primal can actually kill the Bloodseeker early, but once you get Rupture, then things do get a little bit hard for you. They will ban the Void. I think you ban Sven as well. This looks like a pretty darn good Sven game. You can man up to the Bloodseeker. You don't care that your damage... I guess in lane, you might care that your damage gets sapped, but oftentimes Sven can just jungle early anyways. It shouldn't matter too much.
Yeah, so what are you looking for now? Enigma Galaxy 1. Not a mid laner, because they might throw the Earthshaker mid.
Yeah, or the Razor, even.
True, yeah. Up against the Tiny O, this Razor, yeah, like you say, a good flex position. So are you more than likely, if you were drafting for NGX, are you looking for a 4 here?
Yeah, I honestly don't know, because, you know, GH loves Shaker too.
Yeah.
It's really hard. I think if you're Biscos here, you just ban meta heroes that are strong. So Brewmaster is definitely one of them. Darkseer is an MC specialty. It would enable the Shaker, would enable the Bloodseeker. So I think I'm fine with that. And probably indicating they want to go some illusion hero on Biscos. Maybe a Terrorblade. Or even Naga, although it's not really a Parker hero.
Yeah, could you imagine the vacuum back into the Chaotic Offer and Echo Slam following up with the Blood Right?
Yeah.
He's supposed to just disappear, man. Yeah, so they're just like, nah, no way we're letting the Darkseer through.
Yeah, that wombo combo would be bonkers, and a team like Nigma together for so long, you know they can execute those wombo combos. And they do take this fan out. Nicely done.
Okay, so they've got themselves just under 50 seconds with the reserve time involved there as well to think about their final pick and where they want to try and line these heroes up. And yeah, is it going to be a 4, or do they want to run the Surfshaker maybe to support the Razor in the mid or the off lane? It is highly flexible here. Of course, Beast Coast are going to be able to respond to whatever final pick comes out, because the overall final pick is theirs. So let's see where NGX want to be playing all of their heroes.
Yeah, if they want to go, you know, super nerdy about it, they can get another hero that flexes to the to some of these positions to make it unclear. Yeah, Claudio is definitely one of them. Could be 4, could be mid. If it's a South American team, could even be offlane, but I don't think that's the case here. So it's either Mikey playing it or GH.
Yeah, you don't think we're going to be seeing any Basha Cottles today?
Unless they pick Enigma, which they don't. It's a PA, and we do get it, man. It's our last game today, and we're gonna get that PA we were asking for.
And it's another hero again. You've got the mischance coming through on the blur, so Yuma might have to force his way into an MKB, which it might not be on his priority of items. You can go man mode against the Bloodseeker as well. Obviously, you've got the Stifling Dagger, the Phantom Knives that comes out on the shard, being able to do a decent amount of AoE damage in, you know, a small AoE. So, looking at these lineups, preferences coming into game number 2.
I think I'm going all the way Beast Coast this time. Sure, they got this Koro a little bit later on, but you have a lot of gap close. You have this Tiny, you have the PA, you have the Primal, all heroes which can jump Mikey. so I don't think he's going to be necessarily safe, although he's going to have a better early game, like up to 15 minutes. There's not that much, many things he needs to fear. I still feel like the PA to Bloodseeker matchup is very favorable towards Viscos, so I'm going with them.
And we'll be able to take a look, but first we have someone. Trophy looks like a delicious cake there from Ratskim in chat. And now that I think about it, yeah, it does look like something. I just want to take a slice of it, you know, during my break and just have a quick eat there from that trophy.
Have you seen that there's like a reality show where people have to guess whether something is like edible
is it cake?
Yeah. I love that.
Maybe that's the big surprise at the end of it, you know, because who wants to be packing a trophy? It's just the winner team gets to split it up between them and have a, you know, take it to the after party, and it's theirs alone to eat. But,
oh man. So what about you? Do you agree here, or do you think Nigma can take him too? What are you siding with?
See, I've been wrong pretty much all day, so I don't know if it's my fault whether I'm dropping a caster's curse or whether, you know, it's your fault or if it's chat's fault. So I'll go for Nigma Galaxy, and then we'll find out who's the one, you know, putting the curse on the team.
All right. I don't mind if I'm the one bearing the curse here, because I would love to see Nigma win. I'm just a big fan. I do not care about admitting it. But yeah, I look at the heroes on the side of Viscos. They do feel a little bit easier to play. They are coming with that advantage from game one. We talked about momentum and how I think they are players that kind of feed off of that. So that's why I'm siding with them this time. But never count Nigma off is something that I learned for sure. So I just hope we get a pretty good game. You know, we can go late, maybe see a Rapier on that PA. That would be the dream for me.
That would be really good. Yeah, I think I've just learned that group stages of most events, you know, you go, if there's a draw on the table, you take the draw, because it just seems to be the most, not the most likely outcome, but the most common outcome coming through in these group stages. Then when you get to the final day, that's where the 2-0s, you know, the wins start coming through, the tiebreakers start coming through. So yeah, I think for just to be a bit of a coward, I'm going to back Nigma Galaxy coming into game number 2.
All right, so are you still going to be a coward and let the game start? Or are you still holding on to it, just reading chat, waiting for those kind messages like, "Oh, Rob, you're such a cutie pie."
That's it. Yeah, I'm a total narcissist, and I'm not going to start the game until I get at least one, you know, saying how good I, you know,
Is there any words that like you prefer, like cutie pie, handsome man, Chad?
Yeah. I'm not picky. Just any compliments to get the game rolling.
You heard it, chat. You heard it. If you want, like we need at least 25. He said 1, but I think it's about 25 that we can get this thing started. But you know, I do want to say that that game 1, I was taking a look at the cameras from the players. I really feel like, you know, Nigma, they were quite chill. I don't think they really. When you talk about it, like they are coming here. They don't have anything to prove. TI is already under their radar anyways. This is a big prize pool. I do feel like they can quickly bounce, and with only one player, one team being removed after the group stages, they could still, you know, give anyone here a run for their money.
Oh yeah, I don't think there's any panic setting in. You know, it's the first series, the first day as well. That you, like say, you've got all these, you've got a pool, you've got the barbecue going, you've got all the beers in the fridge, so you know you're gonna have a good time while you're there anyway. And the Dota is just another plus. You know, the prize pool coming through, you a decent prize pool as well for the event. So you do want to be in that top 4, but you're having a chill working holiday as well. So maybe that's it. Maybe they're a little bit too relaxed. They've been hanging around the pool a little bit too much, and they just need to get themselves into the mindset, which might come through after this first series. And you know, they really focus in then on Nigma Galaxy, and Beast Coast seem to be full of barbecue. You know, they seem to be ready. They seem to be ready to roll and get themselves at least a draw on the board. Looking for that full win coming through for Beast Coast here. They want to take game number 2 and do it in an impressive fashion. And yeah, like I say, there was no nerfs on the PA, so I'm surprised it's taken this long to see it pop up during the day.
Yeah, I mean, finally happened though. It's definitely a hero that Parker got super famous with, got a couple of rampages in some key matches, so I do want to see him shine on the hero. And you know, I was checking the weather here for Yerevan, which is the capital of Armenia. 25 degrees right now. I think this definitely favors the South American players. You know, 25 for them is just a walk in the park. They don't really care, but maybe some European players, Eastern European players could be, what the hell is happening? Maybe, I guess it is a big house though. They should have air conditioners there. They should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's 20, what is it here? It's 26 here, and I'm feeling it, and I'm only casting, you know, I'm not even playing. I've got the two spotlights on me, I've got the two screens going as well, but it's, yeah, I'm starting to feel the heat here as well, and I don't even need to be the one playing the game, so if it is that temperature over there, hopefully they do have the air conditioning going, you know, they have a nice, cool indoor temperature, and everybody's going to be happy with the way it is. But I think we should be able to get underway. There might be a pause going on, so we shouldn't be too far away from getting started here with the second game of the second series.
Oh yeah, yeah, maybe some peripherals there with some issues, but yeah, I don't think there should be any extra delays moving forward. Now looking at the Enigma players, do you have a favorite here? Are you a big Kuro fan or more of a GH guy?
I just like to, I mean, again, I'm a big offlane fan. Anyone throwing the offlane, so you know, Mind Control, he's up there. We will be able to get ourselves into it. Looks like the score stream popping up. Yeah, get ourselves into the second game here. But yeah, I always root for the offlaners. You know, it's just maybe a little bit of bias creeping in because I am that offlane player, but I like to see them do well on both sides.
Okay, all right. Let's see how this match is going to look like. We see pretty early ward there from Mikey on the mid lane. It's going to be that GH Shaker we all know and love. Even getting the Twin Gate ward, that's kind of a rare one. All right.
And yeah, maybe they are going to be looking for some early rotations to get those ganks off Kuroki. Going to be taking a tower shot there, steps himself up the tips. Already started, actually, between... I was like, this isn't, you know, we've got a new behavior score system. You can't be tipping each other like that, but it's just between Beast Coast, just getting those tips out between their entire team.
Beautiful, beautiful. I'm really curious to see how Dark Mago is going to perform. I know he is amazing at the hero. I know that... you know, he probably got to that high of a MMR spamming this hero day or night, doesn't matter the patch, but I'm still a little bit self-conscious. If there's one thing that kind of gives me bad vibes about Bisco's draft is that Tiny, because this hero is just kind of a shadow of what it used to be. It just doesn't do as much as the new guys on the block, the Shakers and all that. So against this Scotto, you know, melee hero, just being blasted, it can be a tall order.
Yeah, I think it comes down to the rotations that are going to come through from the supports. I mean, we already saw Mikey suffer from the rotations from Beast Coast in the last game, so it was pretty tough for him to, I mean, he says himself, making mistakes is a path to wisdom. And maybe a little bit of self-awareness there, but it's, yeah, I am interested to see how Beast Coast are going to rotate this, if they're going to try and target down Mikey again in the lanes and put a lot of pressure on him, because like you say, I think the matchup, it's a little bit more favorable towards the Keeper of the Light in the second game, and it's up to the supports on the side of Beast Coast to really make it a nightmare for him.
Yeah, like the early levels are fine for the Tiny, but later on, you don't really have a lot of HP regen on this hero, and that the blast just scales in damage so much that it can definitely be hard to win there. As we do see this PA, really good hero to have against Razor because of the way you can dodge the static link and all that. And Greenstroke's probably one of the best pairings as well, because you just Inkswell, quickly blink on top, you have the silence to stop any stuns or things to deter you. This is a really strong lane. I think they have to be careful here for Enigma, because they picked a relatively strong core on the Razor. I don't think the Shaker really like compensates for that. It's a pretty weak laner, but oh, look at that block. As I badmouth GH, he quickly shuts me down. Just insane fissure block there. Holy shit.
Yeah, really good angle just to keep the Grimstroke trapped up, and Mind Control was just able to get himself. So yeah, get in there, get the kill, get those right clicks off, and you could see the aggression coming through. And GH was being punished here. I think a couple of blood grenades being thrown as well. But yeah, no, just overstepped his mark there on the Grimstroke and gets punished for it.
Good start, the mid lane. Pretty Tiny favorite so far, but just give Mikey, let him cook. I'm pretty sure he's gonna be fine as Yuma dies though.
And yeah, the damage coming through here, you can see the... I mean, I'm a big fan of the Primal Beast anyway, even through the nerfs. I think it's just a great hero, puts on some early pressure, and if they can keep it on top of him, again, stacking up with the Rubik in the lane, it's a really easy one. It's like the Rubik Mars lane, right? Where you telekinesis into the spear, but the telekinesis into the trample damage that comes through, again, another Fisher. Jim Park on the wrong side, but he would be able to jump out into Stinger if he was in too much trouble. GH, though, just likes to get some disruption in the lane. Going to be out of mana, though, for the Earthshaker. Yeah, trample coming through. Yuma, he tries to drop the Blood Right. Is there going to be extra damage coming through now? Well, you do have those fatal bonds, so it looks like Sacred going to protect his teammate and back himself away.
Yeah, I really like the Primal Beast build as well. A lot of players would have gone for Onslaught, but you actually get so much free harass from the Fatal Bonds that he can get the stacks of the Roar. And okay, Razor is dead bottom. That's the Inkswell combination we talked about. Just there's no counterplay really. Unless you get a perfect future block, you will die to it. It's too much slow, the silence, the stun. These side lanes are a problem here for Nigma.
Yeah, and the Orb of Corrosion already coming off the PA now as well. You can see that Kuroki might be in trouble. Telekinesis come through with the trample damage. Kuroki, though, does he want to get himself underneath the tower? He's actually looking to get a little bit offensive onto Sacred. Sacred has to back himself away, so Schofield out of mana as well. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, how's Darkman go? I mean, you said it, he loves this hero. He's going to be top of the last hits.
Yeah, it starts to get hard for the Tiny, especially starting now, but the early levels, you know. What is this a PA
Look at this.
yank at 4 minutes? What Jim
Park.
Park?
Seeing how low, he just needs a dagger, he just needs a jump, anything about it to get the kill. The tree's going to come through, thrown. Dark Mago gets the kill, and Mikey starts to suffer again. But this is something that I saw from the Eastern European teams. They're not afraid to rotate the safe laners into the mid lane early on, especially if there's a team fight going on. Get that gank, and then just move them right back towards the... moving back towards the safe lane. So just being able to step up something like this, really good aggression coming through. And okay, he's going to miss out on some farm, but Jim Park, he's going to go for the jump now again. Do they have enough with that damage? Mind control? He's trying to steal it away from him now as well. There's going to be really nice Fisher, and Jim Park, he's not going to have that jump to get away from the mana, from the, the damage drain of the Razor.
I mean, yeah, the Eastern European players love doing that. Just the fact that it's Jim Park out of everyone doing this really impresses me. He's just not the type of player known for it or really willing to do it. I think what he tried to do... Okay, wait a second here. As they do go for GH.
Inkswell combination, going to be doing a lot of heavy lifting here. GH going to have to move himself back. In terms of regen, he's going to have to use the wand. Stinger TPing all the way back to base mid lane, though. Telekinesis comes out. Toss comes through onto Mikey. Mikey might go down again. Is he going to be able to run himself away? The Illuminate Blast. So he does do a little bit of damage, but Dark Nagoro still going to be able to get the kill onto Mikey. Once again, Mikey really being pressured in the lane by Beast Coast Jim Park, though. Oh, the tower shots coming out onto Mind Control now as well. What are those daggers to fly through? Looks like it's just going to be the move away from the PA. Mind Control got really darn low, but there's no follow-up there, and the tower shots, it won't be enough to finish the job. Jim Park with a pull through. He's going to get his damage back soon, but not enough to get the kill into Mind Control. Not quick enough there.
We're with a rotation here, though. He's going to get a good Fatal Bonds with the Blood Grenade. Upheaval not used. Oh, wait, what?
Did he go for this one? Kuroki's going to be in trouble. Yeah, where's that Inkswell to come out now as well? It looks like Jim Park might be able to get the kill onto Kuroki. One more right-click. They save the kill, and the PA will be cleaning up here. Even the Rubik rotation. Jim Park having a really good time in the lane.
Wow. Okay. This is not good for Nigma. You lose your mid twice. Oh, look at this. This is another rotation.
Do they want to go for more here? Mikey being forced back underneath the tier 1 tower right back. You can see he's got himself a mid lane ward as well. He just needs all of the information that he can get. And Beast Coast, they are looking to bully Mikey in the mid lane.
All right. Yeah, I mean, it looked good the first time, but you got to be careful here as Jim Park, because you do lose a lot out of rotations like this if you don't yield a kill. Sure, Stinger gets some farm, gets some levels, but he did go for this Orb of Corrosion build. It means that his Battle Fury can be quite delayed if he's not constantly getting kills.
Yeah, and I was going to ask you, do you think it is going to be the Battle Fury? Does he just want to get aggressive and maybe go straight into like a Desolator here if you're the PA?
I think you have to. I think this hero is just really hard to function without the Battle Fury. It's probably going to go for the Treads BF. And, you know, they are actually having a really good early start. It's not like they get outclassed in the late game. It's quite the opposite. So make sure you get that Battle Fury, farm your items. You should be in a really good spot.
Yeah, and we'll see just how Mind Control is going to try and play around this lane. Try and maybe put some pressure onto Jim Park, because it looks like Stinger grouping up with the Inkswell jumping from the Phantom Assassin with that Phantom Strike. It's just so hard to move away from. You've got the Stifling Dagger move slow as well. Once this hero's on top of you, I don't really know if you're ever going to be able to get away from them. Maybe you have to look for the Fisher. I mean, you have the move speed coming through as the Razor as well. But it's just, it's so easy for Beast Coast to get the Phantom Assassin on top of you, and then really hard for you to, kind of detach from it.
Oh, rotation from Dark Mago here. Finds the level 6 Bloodseeker. This could be dangerous, but it's
Yeah,
not.
Going to be able to go for the trample upheaval now as well. Sacred's going to go for the TPO. Anything to stop this. The Fisher comes through, and Sacred, well, he does have his ultimate if he wants to throw it out. GH going to be caught in this now as well. Do they have the damage to get the kill? It looks like they might be able to take down Kuroki, but it will be Sacred falling in the end to Mikey. So Mikey getting something back in this game. Can they chase for a little bit more? Stinger in the Roche pit. Do they want to go into GH? So GH, he might have just given up on this one, because Jim Park rotates in. Oh, GH, even on the other side of the map, Jim Park is still hunting you. Dark Mago is going to be the one to get the kill, but it's just an easy rotation back to the bottom lane with these twin gates.
Yeah, the way Jim Park has been using the map this game, very, very impressive. Game 1, he was just farming. He hit his timings, and he allowed his team to finish the game. But this time, he's being way more inventive. This is not your standard South America carry. All right, just give me space. In 20 minutes, I'll win this. He is being very proactive. And, this is the type of thing I was waiting for Beast Coast for a while now, as they will find Kuroki. I'm pretty sure Kuroki was not waiting for this.
No. Somehow I don't think that's what he wanted, though, when he was going towards the rune spot.
Oh, well. That is Dark Mago getting pretty close to his Blink Dagger here. But they are going for a rotation on Jim Park. No Echo just yet. Oh, JH blocked himself.
Yeah, really good jump away there from the PA. Heads up play to get away just onto the Grimstroke and get away from that danger.
Alright, so in terms of net worth, the Bloodseeker is still ahead of Jim Park, but I think the momentum is really the thing that is the problem. You have this PA that can assist and go back to farming and still outscales Yuma later on, whereas the Bloodseeker should be having the impact right now, but just struggling to find any opportunities to use the Rupture to use his net worth.
Yeah, we'll see Dark Mago gets himself the Illusion Rune here as well, so he's going to be able to refill this bottle. GH trying to find some farm, but as the position for Earthshaking or that Blink Dagger, that is going to be a long way away, especially if Beast Coast carry on putting this pressure that they've put on the entire map.
Yeah, and he's very poor, doesn't have Arcane Boots. The levels as well, I think they might have stolen the Wisdom Rune inside of Nigma. I'm not sure we really took a look at it, but level 4 on Kuro? Okay, no, they even with the Wisdom Rune, it's looking as bad as it is.
And yeah, you can see the Mind Control is just having to go into the jungle to find his farm, find his stacks, and again, it means that the stacks aren't going to be there once the Bloodseeker gets the Maelstrom up, starts to look for the rotations, starts to look for his own farm. So let's see what they're going to do with this 3-man smoke rotation. Yeah, like you say, that blink is up. Oh, did they see them? But the smoke's going to break. They find GH. He's going to be caught out now as well. The silence, the toss up into the earth. They're going to be able to get the kill. The Stolen Illuminate damage coming through there as well. Dark Mago picks up one. But Upheaval, can they stop this with the TP out? Absolutely not.
It's only Shaker. Shaker is the only stun besides the Rock. But Warlock's level 4 right now, so... Oh my lord, that's so tough. And look at that Yuma. He's dead?
Yeah, he just straight up gets deleted. All of his health going down there to that Illuminate stolen by the Rubik. Level 7 on Schofield, level 6 on Stinger. And Yuma, even behind his tier 1 tower, just gets deleted there by Beast Coast.
Yeah.
Really? Oh, the toss back. Yeah, Primal Beast getting involved. Trample comes out. Kuroki, he's going to be underfoot there, or under... Paul, I don't know. Primal Beast, does he have fists? Is it a hand?
It is a sword. I would say it's a hand. Let's say it is. He has opposing thumbs because he's grabbing something, right? So we can say it's a hand.
And what can Nigma Galaxy really do here to... It feels rough saying this 12 minutes into the game, but pull some of this momentum back in their favor.
They need... What do they need? They need the Vessel done on Mikey, and they need a Shard on this Shaker, because he's not going to get Blink Dagger. I think this is a game you have to go Shard first, if he has the Blink queued up, but it's gonna take way too long. They need a way to start up fights. Right now, if you just rupture someone, they're just gonna TP out unless G8 is very close and the smoke breaks there. They know this coast is here. Oh, fine. Cool.
Behind the tier 2s, oh god, the Echo Slam's going to be used here, but do they have enough damage to get the kill? They're going to be able to get the one onto Rubik. Can they go for any more, though? Soulbind will be used. It looks like Sacred trying to go for the right clicks, and now he's going to be trapped behind enemy lines, and they do get 3 kills. So that gank squad, they take down the Warlock, but maybe not worth the price of admission there, as they do lose 3 heroes.
That was a big overextension from Biscos. They dove a tier 2 tower from Warlocks. That's not level 6. But it means that everyone from Nigma was in a good position. Great echo. We saw how they used that smoke. They were in the triangle for a long time and eventually collapsed onto Biscos. Nicely done. When you are this far behind, sometimes it's better to allow the opponents to make the mistake first, and then you capitalize on it, and Nigma did it quite well.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, Stinger, he's finding some solo XP before the TP comes out from the Primal Beast. And now that the tier 1 tower on the bottom lane is gone, Primal may be feeling a little bit more like he wants to take this lane. And you've got the PA that's going to go top as well, because it means that the TPs aren't going to be coming anytime soon. If something happens, Yuma's pretty darn low. He's got the backup of GH, but do they know this on the side of Beast Coast? Are they going to try and make a move behind where that tier 1 tower was? It doesn't look like it.
Okay. Time for the wisdom runes here. They are quick with GH to pick that up. And Kuroki finally level 6. So we have another way to cancel TPs, guys. All right. That's twice as many heroes that can cancel TPs.
Yep, and all we know, we know stuns win games. So having twice as many stuns, that obviously means that Enigma Galaxy here, there's no way they can be stopped in this game.
That's the comeback that they needed. But in all honesty, I think it is a big thing that they are able to use the golem. The big problem for them is also having initiation, which is where GH comes in. I'm not sure if he changed his mind on the blink or not, but that regardless of what he chooses, it's going to be necessary.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, Dark Mago is having a really good time in the mid lane, not really being contested. In fact, all 3 of the heroes on the side of Beast Coast, all 3 cores, top of that net worth, and you can see that the Bloodseeker, he's even going to be about 900 gold behind the Razor, so not really having a great time here, Yuma, in the game, even though he has that Maelstrom out. No real stacks for him to farm, because Mind Control needed to take them in that early game just to keep up.
Yeah, they have heroes that can make plays, so they're all forced to farm. It's always terrible when that looks like it. And Dark Mago with the blink finds the Bloodseeker.
Is he going to be able to do the damage? He's going to be the Stolen Blood right coming out now as well. Telekinesis to finish off the job. Soulbind comes through here, and Mikey's going to be linked out to the Earthshaker. Can he get the kill onto Dark Mago, though? Dark Mago is going to be caught behind the Fisher. Back lines, Echo Slam, Sacred. Do they have the damage? As it looks like they do take down Dark Mago. Stinger on the TP. They do get the kill, though. That Golem doing the damage. And Schofield, he's the one now trying to get that TP out. He will get out alive.
Another extension from Bisco. Sure, you get the enemy carry, but everyone inside of Nigma had lower net worths than the cores inside of Bisco. So yeah, 2,000 gold exchange going their way. And, I mean, sure, you lose Yuma, but at the end of the day, this is going to enable the supports. You have Kuroki, now level 8. You have GH surviving through all of the fight, which means the Blink Dagger is... I mean, he pretty much has it now.
Yeah, no, I thought it'd be a little bit longer away, but finding a couple of pickoffs here, being involved in a couple of pickoffs on the Earthshaker, yeah, he's about, what, 200 gold away from being able to pick it up, which will have a great impact on these fights.
Yeah, this good advantage slowly decreasing. Sure, they are playing 5 versus 4. You still have the PA problem that their heroes don't address, but I think, considering how the momentum of the game was feeling, it felt like this could end in 20 minutes, right? Now... this is now a game again. There's still a lot of things they will need to overcome to win it, but they're gonna be able to control their own destiny. They're gonna have plays to be made, whereas it felt, 5-10 minutes ago that they could just watch Biscos go at them.
Yeah, and you can see that, I mean, Dark Mago with rotations around, he's not been with the last couple. Mind Control, farming in the jungle, finally stacks. He wants to go straight towards his BKB, which is going to be about 300 gold away for Mind Control. Mikey backing him up. In fact, Mikey taking a backseat to the farm, it seems like. Just letting Mind Control prioritize this BKB pickup. And what can Mikey do? Because, I mean, Mikey, you look at it, his net worth, it isn't great for a mid laner.
Yeah, it really isn't. The thing is, he didn't go for the travels build, so he doesn't really have access to farming sidelands. Which honestly, he's probably right in doing so because there's so many hunting heroes on the side of Biscos that he would probably die if he tried too much, and he needs to give space for both the Bloodseeker and the Razor to farm. So I think he's being quite selfless, which is problematic in a hero like Koro. You do kind of need that space, need the items to make the hero shine.
And yeah, we'll see if he is going to be able to pick up some big impact items coming through to this, because it does feel like that it doesn't really feel, like you say, he's not having the impact of a 2 really that you'd expect to see. Yuma though, they move away. Inkswell is still going to connect. Do they get the kill here? There's going to be the toss right back up into the air. Yuma taking a lot of damage. Fish is already in use here. They have the silence onto the Tiny now as well. Tiny has no TP. He's taking some damage. Can he run himself away from this one? Mind control with the chase. Dark go though. There is going to be the avalanche coming through here. Yuma, the toss up into the air. Dark is just wasting all of the time until that blink dagger's back. He's going to be able to get himself away. No way he gets himself out of that.
Okay, he actually didn't have a TP and yet he still survived. Oh, nice rotation here. PA comes in.
And now he's going to be able to get the kill into MC as well. MC, he tries to break the leash, will be able to break the leash with the jump away. Avalanche into the toss. They have the damage. MC pops his BKB though. Is the physical damage going to be enough? Sacred, did he have anything to disrupt this? He don't, so Sacred gets his ultimate off, but no one else is going to go down. So maybe a couple of costly investments from both sides. The ultimates, the BKBs coming out, but only the Warlock going down there.
Yeah, honestly it's fine for Biscos because it was PA getting a kill there. They forced the rupture. This Bloodseeker is getting bullied everywhere, never really gets any space to farm. And GH was looking for a good echo. He never found one. Obviously Biscos, they're trying to bait this echo in one target. If the echo gets wasted, that's when they can go 100%. They're just trying to give crumbs, see if they can lure GH. He's not taking them, but it means Biscos gets this free Roshan now.
Yeah, and at least Mind Control stepping up in terms of net worth, second on the table now. And so he has found a good couple of items in the BKB and looking to get involved. Kuroki, how is he looking? Has to go towards that Glimmer Cape. Yeah, needs some survival because it just feels like every time he gets caught out and jumped on, he just straight up disappears.
The BKB now for the Tiny is going to be ready. You have PA going for either BKB or eggs as well. This is such a hard game for Enigma because that PA, it's just almost unaddressed. Like you have a couple of ways to handle PA, not with Aegis though. Like you need to solo echo the PA, but the problem is once you get eggs and you're like 100% of the time under blur, that's when hunting PA becomes impossible. How is the Bloodseeker so loaded?
Is he Tormentor? No, he was going for the ancient stack, or is it just? Oh, he did. Did he? He did. Did he?
Okay. Yeah, I think that was it because it was so low. I'm like, what's happening?
Oh yeah, because Kuroki got the shot. Okay.
All right.
And yeah, so we see. I mean, he isn't going to be if the fight breaks
for
out.
GH?
They find him, straight to blow him up, Inkswell into the right clicks of Gym Park, and yeah, that means that he's not going to be there. They might even find out MC. MC has to pop that BKB again, but Sacred going to try and close that gap. Can they do the damage here? Gym Park doesn't want to get the jump in. They're just happy to clean up the creeps, the Solar Bind, as well as the Spirit Vessel coming out. And the PA says, you know what, lads, we'll let you walk away from this one.
Yeah, just a quick tier 2 tower there. And now they're going to keep on taking those towers. They have no rush here as Biscos. This PA is going to scale immensely. And it's really on Enigma to try and put an end to what they're doing. But they have to wait for the Aegis or find someone, like find Parker by himself. Which, he's prone to doing. This guy loves farming. This guy loves squeezing as much farm as he can. And if they can somehow smoke towards him, see where he is, right? If they had intel of where he is, there's a chance you can kill him twice if no one's close to him.
It just feels like Enigma, they're not making these rotations. They're scared about losing objectives if they do go for like a full map stretch here. And Sacred putting the pressure on. Yeah, they're just playing behind the tier 2s. They're playing... I don't want to say scared, but they're playing careful. They're making sure that, it's the buddy system, right? Everybody's got a hand to hold to make sure that they don't get solo ganked anymore.
Yeah, that's the real problem when they're forced to play like this. You naturally get behind in net worth because you're just farming less, you're getting less experience from the map. But it is what they have to do, at least until the Aegis is over, or not. Did he get any big times I'm not aware of here? Okay, they're just gonna jump into Dark Mago, but he's Invis. What?
Yeah, he's got the Invis rune, so the smoke breaks here, and he's going to be just scouting this out on the smoke. Do they want to go?
God,
Fisher
no detection.
actually connects. But the Inkswell, it might still connect onto MC and Mind Control. He has to pop that BKB now as well. Stinger with the TP away.
My.
Backlines, he get that Echo Slam off, but it's just going to be for Schofield here now as well. Big jump in, Primal Beast pops the BKB of his own. Bloodrite comes through, so they might be able to get something out of this, and even if it's just the kill and the BKB, you know, we're forcing the BKB out from Dark Mago as well.
All right, you can just cue the clown song here. Like, you see your supported pin with Golem wasted, but the Primal comes back. And then the Tiny comes back as well. But, you know, at the end of the day, this is definitely Bisco's favorite because they still have the Aegis. You didn't really lose anything. And the Golem being used, that's such a big cooldown for Enigma X that they were not really able to capitalize upon.
Yeah, and Parker just keeps farming now. He's got, what, I think the BKB... flying, no, he's about 300 gold off the BKB. And yeah, once that comes out, I wouldn't be surprised to see him just getting right in on these fights.
Yeah.
Jump in, did he?
Oh
no, Jim Parker, yeah, he's just gonna delete two of them? He's just 1 second he's there, and the next second Yuma and GH aren't.
That's the beauty of this hero, you know? You get 20% chance to crit instead of 17, and... That's the difference maker here. He just one-shots the Shaker, and then he kills Bloodseeker. Like, he's the enemy carry, but doesn't seem to be that way.
Yeah, I like, because the camera pans away to the Rubik blinking away, I thought, it's going to be fine now. And then it goes, like, in the second that it flicks to the blink away from the Rubik and goes back to the Bloodseeker, the Earthshaker's already dead, and the Bloodseeker's being manhandled. Look at this, half a second, literally half a second, 4 right clicks there, and he takes down 2 heroes.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have the technology to watch how fast those kills happen. Holy crap. Yeah, and now, I mean, Aegis is over, but it's a 10k goal lead. I still feel like Nigma, they have to fight.
What? They're just going straight into the base now. The BKB comes out from Parker. There's going to be the Soulbind now as well. He's saying this base is ours and you have to force us out. Look at this one. You've even got the leash taking away the damage. You do finally get the kill as the Aegis isn't there anymore. But he was just a major, major pain in the arse there up on the high ground. And it's just, if the rest of the team would have been able to catch up to him, that might have been a good 3 or 4 kills in favor of Beast Coast. But as it stands, maybe a little bit of an overextension from the PA.
Okay, they can get some extra kills here. All right, no cancels. We talked about that.
Nope.
That's probably the biggest blunder, the only blunder Jim Park did the whole game. You know, if you're diving Fountain, you want to make sure you have Aegis duration for it. Oh my god.
They take down Yuma. Golem's going to be dropped though. Can they get anything from Dark Mago? Dark Mago is going to pop the BKB, trying to walk himself away the TP. Do they have enough damage to take him down? Well, not with that BKB going, they don't. So they change targets over to Stinger. It looks like Schofield, he'd stole the Golem, yeah. And this is going to be the slowdown onto Mind Control. Mind Control trying to go for the chase, and Schofield, wasting as much time as possible, will go down in the end, but not before wasting the Razor's time.
Still decent for Enigma. Like, that was a big, big blunder from the PA as they find Sacred.
He just threw out the Echo Slam for that. Did he get the kill? They do. They do. And Sacred maybe overextending across the river.
Viscos, you know, don't want to say anything, but this has been an interesting turn of events here. You guys can chill for a little bit. It's all right. Yeah, they're gonna chill. They're gonna chill because they definitely that jump from Parker baited the entire team into a series of kind of mediocre fights. Even though you kill the Bloodseeker, like, there's no reason to go for those plays, but you know, it's South American Dota. Sometimes reason trumps, I guess doesn't trump everything.
Yeah, the good old Eastern European Davai Dota is alive and well in South America. Yeah, just watching the one dagger toss coming through from the PA there onto the blade mailed Razor, and half of Jim Park's health just disappeared.
Yeah, it's quite dangerous. That was a really good pickup by MC, by the way. You don't see, you know, Razor blade mail too often, but against PA is always nice, as they will get Sacred here, the Shard and the Shaker.
Yeah, and Sacred's not got that charge for another 5 seconds. He's not going to be able to get himself away from Mind Control. Mind Control just sticking to him like, I was going to say glue on butter, but that's not the phrase. And now the TP's come in. Dark Mago is going to be able to get the Avatars coming through. Did he get the kill into GH? GH now with the Fisher. He's got that BKB going, and Dark Mago, he's already TP'd himself in, so the damage coming through. They're going to be able to take down the Tiny.
Huh. Yeah, Biscos, they're too worried about responding to every single thing that Nigmax does at them, and it's baiting them into these weird fights. Like fights where, sure, you're close to a tower, but there's only one hero set up, and Nigma is bringing 3 or 4. You're not going to be able to really react in time. As farmed as they are, they're giving away a lot of experience and gold with some of these plays. It doesn't really change the fact that Jim Park is obnoxiously farmed, but it's giving Nigma hope, and against a team of that caliber, you really don't want to give them a single ounce of it.
Yeah, and they are starting to get themselves back in. The net worth lead, only 6,000 gold in favor of Beast Coast here. Net worth-wise, the PA is still 4,000 ahead of the Razor, which is the most farm hero on the side of Enigma Galaxy, so there is still a bit of catching up to do. But item-wise, it seems like, it's starting to get there for Enigma Galaxy. They're starting to pick up some good items. They're starting to be able to fight back up against Beast Coast here as well.
Yeah. The second Aegis is really going to be the difference maker here. If they can just get second Roche for free on Beast Coast, I think they are still in a position to win this game. But I'm quite surprised they are going for a smoke with Roche pretty much alive. So we'll see if this is going to turn out good or well. So, like, they're going for a lot of these smokes with literally no vision at nighttime. This is a recipe for disaster. But I guess for their own good, they're not going to find anything. Enigma is actually the ones that might be able to posture to Roche.
Yeah, they have 45 seconds before the big man moves caves. He wants to get to his summer home, get some good sun on him. But do they have time to do it now? Yeah, 25, so 35 seconds before it moves. And it looks like they were just scouting it out to see if Beast Coast were doing it. And maybe Beast Coast with some wards around the Twin Gate, they might be able to not only get the Roshan, but maybe offer a bit of a surprise here if Enigma Galaxy try and throw Roshan through the gate.
Okay, so they're gonna go for this. Oh man, yeah. I mean, Beast Coast. This is just a big blunder for them. They were in every Roshan. This is unacceptable that they're giving it away. Can he live before it moves? I don't think he's gonna be slowed. He's gonna be too slowed.
Does he get himself out of it? We'll see. No, Roshan, can't get himself out of the pit. So the Fisher, traps him in, so he can't walk himself out. And Beast Coast were setting up for it, but just a little bit too much time there. And Enigma Galaxy will be able to pick up the Aegis. So really good pickup for them here.
They outplay themselves. They're like, okay, we know that Enigma will try and smoke and contest our Roche, so we're gonna smoke and fight them. But then they actually don't. Find each other in the smoke, and Enigma just gets it for free for some reason. All right, that dive from Jim Park, it could bite them in the ass, because that is a big reason why a lot of these things ended up happening. And that's the thing with South American carriers. They can be inconsistent sometimes. As good as they are, they play too many pubs. It gets in their head. Those plays, you're just doing in pubs, man. It's not so. This is a different game.
Yeah, and Beast Coast trying to make sure that the train hasn't sailed here for the second win, to get the first actual win on the board and not a draw. But it looks like Enigma Galaxy, they're starting to take some momentum back. You've got the Bloodseeker going towards his own Butterfly, a Basher in there as well. And he's saying, ooh, the jump in. Damago did want to try and go for this one. Yuma's going to be lifted up in the air with the telekinesis, but no, Damago, Fishy comes out here as well. Backline, you've got Jim Park jumping in, so he gets himself in. Can they get the kill? There's going to be the drop of the Chaos offering here as well. The golem comes through, but Yuma's going to get really down low. Did he pop this Aegis once? He's still going to survive. And now they get the kill onto the Primal Beast. Turn around, Jim Park has to get himself right back in. Fan of Knife comes out here. Do they have the diving to get the kill onto the Razor? The Razor might go down here. They do pop the Aegis as well, but Razor, he's still going. And now Yuma with the chase down. You've got Jim Park that's slow. He's got a couple of heroes he's going to be able to chase down that are low now as well. So Yuma, he's going to have a great time just chasing these heroes down, but a Fan of Knives comes through once again. Jim Park, Yuma, he's going to be able to get the kill. Can they go for any more here? You've got Stinger TP away. Do they have the damage? A couple more right clicks. He won't be able to pick it up, and Stinger gets that TP away back to base. But still, you take down all 3 cores on the side of Beast Coast. You lose your mid lane Keeper of the Light. You lose your Earthshaker. You lose the Aegis. But that was a great fight there from NGX.
Really nicely played by Mikey as well. He got the E-Blade that saved the Razor. It's a tough position because this Razor got so much farm out of some of these misplays from Viscos that now DPA can't just solo kill the Razor anymore. A lot of armor on MC's items. You can see that he has the River as well. And he's jumping, because if he jumps someone else, he's going to get his damage drained. Yeah, we can rewatch it. Super. You're trying to force the BKB of Yuma. He doesn't take the bait. They kill the Shaker, which is huge. No buyback on MC. But still kind of tough to kill MC.
And you can see there the stun coming out Sacred. He tries to get his ultimate off here, and Yuma taking a lot of damage. Like you say, just the survivability coming out from MC, and he's a menace in these fights here. Jim Park jumps back in, but the cheese gets him back up to full health. And it just allows, he does, take a lot of damage, but it's the Aegis pop coming out, and it just allows Yuma to come back when all the heroes on Beast Coast are low, and he just gets a free buffet chase down. I'm going to pick these up left, right, and center. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, they even killing the Koro there, big, but both MC and Yuma surviving is a big problem. Towers are falling, and now heart up for this Razor. Ooh. This is kind of... I didn't even talk about Razor too much as a scaling hero this game, but I think he's going to scale more than the Primal Beast. Usually Primal scales a lot, but the problem is the upheaval Giga counters Sacred here. He has to BKB for it. Usually you can dispel most stuff with the talent, the 15 talent of the Beast. You cannot dispel the upheaval. It's just going to be there, this annoying blob slowing you down, and I think you just gotta kill Kuro every fight, or else Sacred cannot really shine, can't really do what he's supposed to.
Yeah, and I think that's where he might look. He's going to be able to get the blink away, no chaser from Mind Control. And I think that's where you've got to, like you say, you've got to be looking with the blinks from the Tiny, the Primal Beast himself, maybe to get a Pulverize off onto the Warlock once that upheaval starts to channel, and just point blank get in his face. Yeah,
because they don't have any cancel for it. If the Primal jumps anyone else, you're able to throw the goal on at it. So it just makes sense to be able to kill Kuro. He's usually in the backlines though, so you need a smoke. You need to be able to find him.
Well, let's see. What's the... It's not a Rapier queue up here for the Phantom Assassin, unfortunately. Looks like it's going to be the Nullifier. But the game's not over yet, so he could, sell the boots. Who even needs boots when you could go for a Rapier?
Oh yeah, he can definitely do that. He can eat the eggs as well if he decides to go that route. A little bit more expensive, but it's possible. And with the Nullifier done, I think that's a big timing here for Beast Coast, because the E-Blade of Mikey is going to feel a bit more useless, and it just gives so much right-click damage for the PA that you can possibly kill anyone but MC. I think MC is still a tough nut to crack.
Yeah, you do have Sacred, I think that was with the heart as well on the Primal Beast. So you have, the Razor has his own heart as well. So these two offlaners, big tanky boys, going to be really hard to get through, and going to be the mainstay in these fights. Just going to be putting out as much chaos as possible. Quickly though, this Tormentor gets dealt with, and Mikey gets himself his shard.
That's big, having the teleport. Always going to be nice. Can they dive MC here? Looks like they kind of want to do it.
They want to try, but yeah, again, Blade Mail and what was it, nearly 3.4k health, something like that on the Razor. He's not the easiest target to take down. No, I was completely wrong. 4.2k health. Okay, that's even more than I thought it was going to be.
Oh, even popping the OT here. That's a win. You force that OT, maybe you can find a better fight somewhere else. And now Tiny also with the Silver Edge. It definitely helps against the Razor, because all of the slow and the way that the Razor passive works now with slowing people that throws single target spells at you, it's definitely annoying.
Yeah, and I think this is where they've got the double damage rune on the Tiny. Not to, rush them and put pressure onto Beast Coast, but I think they need to make something happen while they have that rune here on the Tiny. Maybe try and get a blow up onto the weaker heroes and take a fight with that. Ooh. Might actually be able to use it, never mind, because the survivability from the Keeper of the Light is just to be able to get himself that 4-staff out of danger.
Yeah, they did force the A on this there, so also another small win. The Beast Coast is getting around the map. The big thing is going to be next Roshan. Like, Beast Coast, if they got that second Roshan, they could be ending the game, I think. But the fact that Nigma was able to get that really gave them a lot of time to scale with heroes that probably shouldn't be at the stage they are. And now look at the smoke. We have no vision.
We think the fact that the blink away, Rubik quick fingers there to get away from the Razor. Schofield, though, he's separated from the rest of his team too. They know
they find you,
Mikey. Can they get the damage to get the kill off now as well? Schofield's going to be able to take Mikey down, and now there's Yule Scepter coming through. And look at this Jim Park. He wants to clean up the right-click damage coming through onto the Razor. They've even got the control with the Pulverize. They're going to be able to get 3. Can they make it 4? Can they take down Mind Control? Even with that 4.2k health, they get the kill. And the Earthshaker's on the run now. The rest of the team looking to maybe catch him up, but do they find him? No. He just gets the TP away, but still, 4 heroes dead on Enigma Galaxy with no buybacks, and all 5 heroes on the side of Beast Coast. This could be what? It could be 2 lanes of Rax. You've still got that tower in the mid lane, the tier 2 tower, but both side lanes, they are open for business here, and they could be Raxed.
Yeah, way more of an elegant move from Beast Coast this time. They poked, they got the win of the Razor ulti being used, they got the win of the Aeon Disc being used, and that actually opened up for Mikey to die the way that he did, and then the fight just so much easier for Beast Coast. As you said, no buybacks, which means there was no counterplay there for Enigma. This should be at least 1 lane. Looks like they will play safe. They learned with a couple of the blunders that they did this game to leave, and they can just secure Roche now. I think the play is just chill, wait for Roche, and then the game should be theirs, or at least should be in a pretty stable position.
Yeah, and it's going to be a nighttime Roche if they get right on it here, because 45 seconds left on the respawn. So they'll have about half a minute of the nighttime to take it if they want to position themselves around the nighttime spawn on the Roshan. But yeah, look at this, just quick blow up with the Mikey. Mikey had absolutely no chance once that Fade Bolt came through.
Yeah, the Aeon Disc being on cooldown, just a big time for Bisco. So it's surprised that they even tried to go aggressive on Enigma despite that Aeon Disc, but they probably felt like they were going to get a good opening. They tried to bait Mind Control in, but they learned their lesson. Mind Control is not the target you want. You want the squishy ones, and Mikey is definitely on the list.
I didn't think about that as well. I've just seen the Soulbind from the Grimstroke into the Pulverize coming out from the Primal Beast, throwing that ultimate. It just looks like while the hero that's not Soulbound doesn't get tossed up and down in the air, they do get locked down in the stun animation.
Yeah, it's kind of like Roche. When you OT Roche's Primal Beast, he doesn't do the normal animation, but Roche just kind of gets stuck,
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even think about that, like the action that, because I thought that, even though it's like the double spell being cast, you've only got one Primal Beast throwing a hero up and down, so I didn't think that the other one, magically goes up and down on the other side, but yeah, it looks like it just locks him in stun, which it locked, I think it was Yuma that got caught in that with the second Soulbind, and it just stopped him from having any impact in that fight.
Alright, so Roche is up, Beast Coast should be aware, but they're actually, they're going for GH? Oh, that's a tough ask.
He's got some control. Sacred's actually going to be able to get the blink off. Yeah, the Pulverize comes through. They're going to be able to do some damage. Do you want to get the jump? What's that reveal? It just straight up disappears. Earthshaker, you blink and you're missing the fight breaking out now as well. Sacred, what can he do? It looks like he's going to be able to try and do what he can with that. Uproar break coming out. Back lines. Jim Park, he just takes down Mikey. He wants to go for more, but they don't have the reveal onto Kuroki. So Kuroki with the Glimmer Cape will be able to get out at least with his life, and maybe not now, but the Fisher, they get the stun lock onto Dark. My god, there's going to be the tree toss coming out. It's the illusion tossing now as well. And the illusion, it finishes the job onto Kuroki, and Kuroki's dead. They pop the BKB onto Yuma, only Mind Control and Yuma left alive here. And Beast Coast look like they're going to have the run of the base.
They're diving fountain here. Roche is up this entire time, and it's a South American team. Who cares about Roshan? We want the rampage. We want the kills in Yuma. I mean, this game is... They're ending these in style. I'll say that.
Yeah, and you can see that, I mean, they're not bothered about the rest of the racks. They just want to be going for the kills. They take down the Bloodseeker. He's dead for the next 70 seconds, and now that they know he isn't going to be a problem, they can go back and they can take the base. And I really don't know if anyone on the side of NGX is going to be up in time to stop Megas.
Yeah, I think maybe the third lane of barracks might be hard for this coast to get it. But when everyone was alive, they were diving tier 4s. They were diving fountain. So I don't think Enigma X is going to face them whatsoever. For some reason now it's time to go Roche. And, yeah, let's back now, guys. We already know Fountain. We know what he looks like.
And yeah, they've done a full tour of the base. They can go out now and they can take the big man in his pit and take away that Aegis from the side of NGX. And if you're Enigma Galaxy here, is this just a last ditch smoke out, try and contest this Roshan take, or do you just have to kind of turtle it out in the base?
I think it's probably better to... They're gonna do Roche way too fast with how farm PA is. I think it's probably just best get some wards around the top area, try and... Maybe what you can do is you actually pincer them as they go for high ground, so you don't really defend the tower itself, but you collapse upon them as they are grouping. Because if they don't go as 5, maybe they are separated, you can get like 1 or 2 pickoffs, and that delays the Aegis duration for maybe 2 minutes, depending on who you kill.
Yeah, Stinger even stocking up on Lotuses, so he's not done just yet in terms of regen. He's just going grocery shopping there in the fountain. And Jim Park, well, let's take a look at what Jim Park's got queued up, because we all wanted it. He's going to be about, what was it, he's on 5,500 gold there, so he wants that rapier, it seems.
I mean, definitely wants it, but look at that, that's a primal with a ninja gear. He is getting some intel.
The wrap on the wrap on the wrap here, and they're going to be able to get a good jump on. Do they get the kill onto Mind Control? Mind Control's trying to get himself away from this one. Soulbind, he does keep him locked down here. Jim Park is cleaning up left, right, and center. Yuma trying to get himself away. He's got that BKB going, but he's not going to be able to hide himself in the trees. This is going to be a complete sweep, it looks like, here for Beast Coast. They're just looking to clean up here and move themselves through with the first win. I suppose it's only our second series, but yeah, starting off strong in the BetBoom Dacha.
Yeah, it was not clean, as most South American games aren't, but very entertaining. And love to see... Oh, nice echo, but it's not good
Big
enough.
tanky boy, though, the Primal Beast. 5.2k health there with the Ag Scepter as well as the Heart, and they're just not going to be able to take him down. GG is going to be called.
Yeah. I think that this time Nigma played much better. They had an overall better draft. The biggest problem was the lack of stuns and how Biscos was able to abuse that, right? They were constantly poking, prodding, forcing TPs, TPing away. They did that so many times. Sometimes it worked really well, sometimes it didn't. But at the end of the day, I think they definitely showcased that they are a big force. And Parker looking much better. I think even those mid rotations, right? He actually TP'd mid twice to kill the Mikey Cotto. I think that was really entertaining and quite refreshing to see a South American player South American carry trying
low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 yeah, go, go, go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. You got a mind, but even that could change. You could flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why I say, fake it till you make it A. And if you play that game, then you just might make a change. Rearrange all the bad to okay. Take the worst thoughts saying, turn them to a game. Take the best thoughts saying, put them on display. On repeat in your brain till you're feeling no more pain. Never slow yourself down, you can do some more. Push past all the pain and you'll find a door. Open it up and finally explore everything that you thought you could never do before. And even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go.
I love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost anything. All it takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Just step it up. Don't be scared. I'm so gone, no I'm never turning back. I won't stop, I'ma fight until there's nothing left. It's so what? You're gonna be hurting bad, cause I've been to hell and back. You don't wanna make me mad, I stay strong. You will never see me crack. And if you get in my way, you gonna feel the wrath. Gotta say it to my face while he's looking back. Mirror breaks after math, when I hate I attack. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Just step it up. Don't be scared.
situation.
Better matches, I'll be honest with you, right? We got like 2 evenly matched teams between EG and TSM. We'll find out after this game if it's actually true if they're evenly matched. Then we have Gaming Gladiators versus 9 Pandas, where it's like, Western Europe and Eastern Europe, some of the best teams. So I think we got the better teams, honestly. I think we got the better games for unfortunately for Robin Roll and Bowie.
Yeah, well, that's what happens. If you're real good friends with Gaimin and you drop him a little bit of money onto the table, he'll give you those good games. If only that's how it worked. If only. But yeah, it's going to be an exciting one for sure. Like you mentioned, big names already coming out here on Dame #1, and no matter what happens, it is going to be a real stellar time. And we've got a little teaser here going in for the match. Let's have a look at it and see how much it hypes us up. Look at that, all serious faces, man, all posing, looking like they were going to bring their A game here. And I just want to say, the whole place where they are right now looks absolutely amazing, doesn't it? Like,
yes,
I'm very jealous indeed.
Next year we'll demand that they fly us there. We're not doing this until we fly there. One interesting thing about both of these teams is that they were not initially invited for the tournament. Both of these teams are stand-in teams. I believe EG is replacing Team Aster and TSM is replacing Team Spirit. And it's also kind of a last chance for TSM to practice before TI, because EG is going to Dream League 21, but TSM, it's this, then it's TI. So it is kind of a pretty important tournament for them. Like your last chance to get serious practice in, basically.
Yeah, and that is going to be the key thing. It's really trying to refine your skills before going to that big one. But at the same time, maybe they've got some pocket strats that they want to hold on to and not sort of give too much away of their future game plans. That's going to be interesting to see here.
I think if you have a pocket strat and it's like an elimination, you bust out to find if it's actually worth, pocketing.
Yeah.
Like imagine you pocket it in a little TI elimination match. You're like, wait, this is shit. This doesn't work at all.
Yeah, I feel like you have to give it a lot of practice to actually find out just how good it is. But pocket strat like mid-lich and it flops. I'm not saying that's very likely, but it could happen.
Yeah. So I'm excited to see what TSM can do. I do think that. I feel like AG has kind of proven themselves time and time again. They're the strongest team in South America. They have basically the best players from the region. Because I've been covering the South America DPC, and this is EG. They did really well in Real. They won their last DPC tour after coming in second at each one of them. They've just been looking really impressive overall. So
yeah,
I don't think they have Toronto, Tokyo as support, but maybe he's thinking of moving to the region.
Yeah, maybe. He's either that or he's had a little bit of a makeover. Looks a tiny bit different. But what I really love is Whisper's pose. Everyone else in all of these lineups, they're really serious. They try that. But he's acting like he's already won this tournament. He's like, it doesn't even matter. Put me into the grand finals. I am ready to win.
Yesterday at production, we were doing the testing, and they were like telling me that of all the teams, the South American teams are the ones who are having the most fun. They're like everyone. Other teams are practicing. The South Americans come in like it's a vacation for them. And based on the last series, I do think that seems to be how it works. Like Beast Coast, they were clowning, they were fooling around, they were definitely making throwy moves, but they're having fun. Where you feel like other team may have been a bit more serious about it, but yeah, I do think that South American teams definitely have a lot of fun with these things.
They do. They definitely know when they're ahead, and they love to just mess around with it as much as possible. And like you mentioned, Beast Coast nearly did that in game number 2, but they went, hang on, guys. All right, let's just chill out a little bit now. This is getting a bit too crazy. But yeah, expecting very similar things here from EG for sure, and just see what sort of magic actually happens. What we was talking about earlier, that it's been a couple of months since these last teams did play professionally, obviously since the end of the DPC. So do you think that 2 months break time is going to be better because they're going to be more rested, or do you think maybe they might be a tiny bit rusty?
I mean, obviously, you're always scrimming. And like we see teams saying, "Oh, we're scrimming," like we're playing 4 or 5 best of 3s a day. So no one's rusty in that, but competing is different. So I do think there is a little bit of first day 1-1s we're seeing where both teams are kind of everyone's like sort of testing each other out. I do think we're going to get more cutthroat as the days develop. Yeah. And these two teams also have a bit of history. In the last 9 months, they played against each other 6 times. It's 3 of them have been ties and 3 of them have been victories for EG. So TSM has never beaten them in a straight up best of 3 or even a best of 2.
Yeah, so it's already the statistics are leaning against TSM here, but let's see if they do have that pocket lich mid and can potentially get the win. Who knows? But you could say they maybe learned from those past mistakes, maybe figured out what EG have been able to bring to the table, and going to adjust their gameplay. Because I feel like that is the amazing thing about Dota 2. It's all about how you can adjust to your enemies. Is how you can get those wins.
Yeah, certainly I feel like both teams are quite close to each other. We'll go into. By the way, we are waiting for the 2 teams to set up. I see a lot of people in chat are like, "Why aren't these guys starting the game?" It's not because we're holding it hostage. That's only part of the reason. The main reason is because we are waiting for the 2 teams to set up, because when I have one place for them to come in, the team leaves, another team comes in, sets up all their settings and stuff. But yeah, contested picks. Both teams love carry Gyrocopter. I do think that this hero in general, he did receive some nerfs, but he still feels like he's a fairly strong hero, just farms a bit slower right now.
Yeah, for sure. It's still either banned or picked pretty much every single game. From that C patch, one of the big things that I saw was the actual change to Arc Warden, where no matter how low HP, low mana, he will always come in full stats, which I find that can be so crazy and clutch in loads of different situations. So I'm kind of intrigued about why the hero hasn't been touched at all yet. Maybe some teams just aren't sure how much of a change that's going to be, but I think we could be seeing him in the future.
I thought also I put him in like one of the biggest winners of the patch as well, because you could be like low health, you run away, you make a full health clone who goes into the fight, and you get to stay safe. Whereas before, if you make like a 200 health clone, it's just gonna get blown up by any random AOE spell anyway. But now it's like that's not gonna happen. So I think that was a big deal. So we're going with the patch. I thought Winter Wyvern, 38 second cooldown Arctic Wind level 1 to 26. Like that is massive. That is going to be every creep wave you have it. Is she pickable? I don't know, but it's a big buff on paper.
Yeah, I think when that change come out, probably 9 was rubbing his hands.
What's
like,
going on?
Ooh.
We lounging.
We lounging. We're hanging out. Watching good Dota. Having a good time. What more could you ask for, Jenkins?
There's been a lot of drinks going around. I think I saw Ramsey's. He locked himself in the sauna for a few days. It's been kind of hectic here, at the mansion, but it's been good. All in all, it's been good. Today's been good Dota.
It has been. Some players took a little bit of a tumble, but we have faith that all of them will do well, and of course bring us the most exciting Dota 2. And with that being said, Jenkins, I'd like to introduce our first team. Some have called them North America's last hope, but whether or not they are, make no mistake, they are some of the youngest and brightest players coming out of that region. Please welcome TSM.
Thought you were going to say Spotify. Okay. Oh, there they are.
Oh, there they go.
Gentlemen.
Line up for 5 seconds, gentlemen.
For the photo shoot.
Just for the quick photo op. Thank you.
Look pretty.
All right, awesome.
Great.
You guys look great.
You can sit now. Yeah, you guys can go sit. Please, for the region, please, I beg of you. Good God.
The next guy?
Oh, yes, of course, the next guys. At one point, they were the last hope of a region, but now it's a very powerful region, and they're at the top of the kingdom. I'm going to keep rambling on this intro. It's EG, ladies and gentlemen. It's EG. Line up on the dotted line.
Woo, EG!
That's great.
Can we have a lineup, please? A lineup, please.
Yeah, for the photographers.
Looking wonderful.
Here you go, Chris.
Hola. ¿Ah? ¿Cómo estás? ¿Por qué me estás entrevistando tú?
Alright, awesome. Take a seat,
Give me that back.
guys.
Just go sit down. You guys gotta play. Go sit down. Go sit. Thank you, C-Smile, for that wonderful, wonderful introduction
Shall we follow them
of the
over?
teams. We shall follow them over. Panda, your shoe's untied. Your left shoe It's untied. He says, yeah, it is. He knew it was untied. All right. Well,
All right, now that they're getting settled, Jenkins.
we got some business to take care of.
It
We got
looks
it.
like there's some technical difficulties going on over there.
There may be over here.
Over there.
Bryle's computer's not working. That's, yeah, he was complaining about that. We could still do the coin toss, I think. Well, and just hope to Gaimin that they solve it in the time it takes us to do the coin toss.
Yeah.
What do you think? You want to risk it? You want to call your tribute over? They're very distracted.
I feel like both are very distracted. Well, we
Okay.
have to do it anyway. A coin needs to be tossed, so
That's right.
EG, please bring over your tribute. Who are you
Tribute?
sacrificing for this interview?
It's Chris. Chris already did an interview, though,
They're
technically.
pointing at Matthew. Matthew. Oh, Chris?
Oh, the captain was going to tank it for a second there, but of course, Chris Lock always likes to walk into danger.
Right, awesome. Chris, please just stand over here.
Great to meet you.
Hello, hello.
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, bye.
Chris, look.
Thank you.
And we got Tomato
Can we get
coming
the
over
the
from
next sacrifice
TSM.
over here? Coming in, Tomato. No, Chris Luck, you're not done. Get over here. You're not done. You got to shit talk each other. Okay. You guys have played a lot against each other in pubs. All right. Now tell me, look at their team. Who do you dislike the most on their team?
He.
Okay, and who do you dislike the most on their team? He. Great. Good stuff, guys. Now we're going to do the coin toss, figure out who gets Dire, first pick, second pick, whatever the hell you want. Effie's got the coin.
We've got our beautiful coin right here. We've got Fisher
Okay.
for tails and BetBoom for heads.
Yep.
Which
And
one of you beautiful men would like to do the honors?
Oye, pecado, sa tu primera vez.
Please go for the coin toss.
do you pick heads or tails?
Heads or tails?
Both. Heads.
Okay, heads. So wait. What's that? Heads is the BetBoom
Heads
side. The
is
BetBoom side. Yeah. Do something cool with it. Don't just do a normal coin flip. That really wasn't that cool, Tomato.
What? He
That's
nailed it.
it's a winning coin flip.
He's coin
All
back.
right. The coin doesn't
It's a
lie.
weighted coin. Chris Luck has made an official complaint.
Good luck.
Okay, good luck, Chris Luck. Great to see you guys. You may take your seats. Thank you for the
Thank you,
interview.
guys.
Yep.
Good luck with your game.
And hopefully we can get into the draft pretty soon. Hopefully Brow's computer. He looks like he's all good to go. So we'll go ahead and get into the draft right now.
The awkwardity there was
I
palpable.
know.
I absolutely
I love
loved it. I like the initial time when Jenkins handed Chris Luck the microphone on the stairs, and they were like, "What do you want to say?" It's just like, we don't know what's going on.
I like how both guys, they say, who do you dislike the most? He's like, this guy. Then they both say, who do you want to pick on the coin? Yeah, that guy. I want him to do it. I don't want to do it.
It's like that's the second time as well today I've seen people just flip the coin and just watch it
Yeah,
hit the
it's awesome.
floor. It's like, catch it, people, catch it. Do a normal coin flip. Good lord. But
I mean, maybe their hand-eye coordination isn't so good, considering they're, gamers all day. You think I can catch. No, that's. I think even Jake was like, do something cool with it. They just.
yeah. Maybe,
There you go.
maybe they need
Oh.
to like download coin flipping simulator and then they'll master that and then they can come into real life, flip some real coins. That's how you gotta do it.
Look at that. Anyway, look at that. We got some people from the Twitch chat. We actually read what you guys say, so we know how much you guys think we're tier 1 casters, not tier 15, right? I think that they added the 5 extra for no reason, but yeah, look at that. Someone's wishing Chris Luck good luck. That's very nice of them.
I mean, it's in the name, so surely he doesn't even need the luck. He's born with luck. That horseshoe is so far up his ass that he doesn't need any help. Not at all.
Maybe a little. Oh, well, to be fair, also they've also keep beating TSM, so that maybe not a whole lot of luck needed for them in this one.
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe it was TSM the ones that need to get the good luck wishes going through. Who knows? But only time will tell. Like you were mentioning earlier, it has just been pretty much all EG every time that they have faced them. Few draws here and there, but yeah, we will see whether if history continues to repeat itself, or maybe TSM's going to bounce back. Fingers crossed they do, because we love even series stomps. Sometimes they're fun to watch if it's a funny stomp, but most of the time, not so much.
A stop is kind of fun if it's like the very last game of the day and you want just to be over. It's like, come on, I'd like to go sleep. It's literally 3 in the morning, but no, we're just started. We want the the long good games coming out for us. Yeah, I want to go to some other heroes at these two. Wait, or are we still on the patch? Because I imagine we might be here for a while waiting for the 2 teams to set up. It can take a while to get your computer on all the settings just the way you like.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned that maybe there was some issues with Bryle's setup, but they fixed it in the end, so no problems there. You know, you think it wouldn't take long just to plug in a keyboard, right? It's USB, you just and then off you go. But you know, sometimes maybe there's multiple USBs for one keyboard. It gets difficult, guys. You know, these guys, they're not engineers.
No, or good with catching coins either, from what we've seen. Wait, I've competed very minor, small tournaments, you know, and when you do get there, you do want to make sure your settings are correct, because nothing is worse than whiffing, like a guaranteed kill, or you get caught because you just like, oh crap, the settings are a little bit different. It's not how it is exactly at my house, and suddenly you miss out. So when you have $250,000 on the line, it makes sense that you'll be like, yeah, I want to take my time.
It's true, yeah. You know, you want to make sure that your ultimate button is in fact bound to R and not something like P. That could definitely screw you over. Imagine if that was a thing, right? After a game, you left the computer and you changed the keybind to like on the ultimate just to screw over somebody else and they don't change it. That'd be hilarious. I'd love that.
Well, it's mostly tied to your account. What other heroes? We talked about. We were just saying Winter Wyvern was doing pretty well. What other heroes did you read at the patch and you're like, whoa, that's a big deal? And wait, before that, I want to go one hero that I thought was surprising is that Lone Druid actually got the biggest increase in win rate. A lot of it's due to bug fixes, but he did get 2 armor. You know, for a hero with massive health, that does add up.
Yeah, it definitely does. You know, normally like 2 armor doesn't sound like a lot, but in the early parts of the game, that can reduce quite a lot of incoming damage. So yeah, just minor little changes like that can make all the difference. I kind of, you're mentioning who I feel I want to see from the patches, I kind of like Bristleback as well. Like his the armor reduction from the nasal goo was increased, so maybe we could start to see the resurgence of Carry One Bristle, perhaps. It's kind of out there, but it's possible.
Yeah, I like that one as well. I thought that it makes him also a little bit more threatening to take Roshan with. I would love it if it's scaled more. You know, I don't like when it's like 2, 2, 3, 3. Like, why not just go like, I don't know, 1.5, 2, 2.5, then 3. Like, that's kind of, you know, the OCD kicks in where it's like, why does it jump at level 3? Why doesn't it jump at level all of them? That's not right.
Yeah, well, you know, Ice Frog doesn't need to explain himself in his patches. He does what he wants. He is the goal of this game. I mean, would you put Ice Frog above Gaimin? Like, where's this sort of dynamic in your opinion?
I think Ice Frog's the one who makes all the decisions in Dota, right? Gaimin's the one who makes all the decisions in Valve. So they're head of the company, head of the department, basically. That's how it works.
That's true. That is very true. Any other sort of changes to the last patch? I quite liked Spirit Breaker was changed a bit. We could see him again.
Oh, thank God. I'm a huge Spirit Breaker spammer, and the 250 charge at level 1, it's this. I sometimes I'm looking at him, I'm like, could I have walked there faster? It seems so slow, and actually it's better now than it was pre-nerf, because it used to go up to like 390. It was 300, 330, 360, 390. Now it goes up to 425. So it's actually like much better skills. It's really good. It's really good. He also got a bit of extra damage to his Nether Strike. The level 1 change is the biggest deal, because that's when you're like, 25 damage is the difference between life and death. So I like it. I do think the Spirit Breaker definitely comes out as a big winner for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those heroes where you can play it as a position 3 or a support, and if the game goes late, they're going to be massive no matter what position they're playing. Just endlessly cutting creep waves, being a real pain in the ass, and yeah, it can be quite frustrating to see for sure.
Another hero that was that did pretty well, I think, is Sand King. I think he got there's like a 3rd highest win rate increase. The cast range for Burst Strike increased by 100 max level, which is a big deal, because you are kind of limited. Like you're able to affect a bigger area, so you're able to hit more people in between. So that's nice. And the armor. Oh yeah, and by the way, guys, you can also vote in the chat. So !E for EG, !T for TSM. It will be for the whole series, not just like the game 1. So if you feel like voting, make sure you do that now. You can see the odds on the lower part of the screen. heavily favoring EG by quite a lot.
Yeah, well, I mean, like you said, EG have always come out ahead in terms of when they play up against TSM. Maybe that's just going to be a big factor there. Who knows? But upsets do happen in a game like Dota 2. We'll see if that is going to be the case. But I mean, I feel like I'm just going to be generally leaning towards EG as well. In all honesty, like you mentioned, we've both cast a lot of them in the SA DPC, so we know what they are capable of. Just tons of shenanigans that they can bring to the table. SA Dota at its finest, running at people, looking for kills, having fun. And we'll see. Obviously, TSM did win the coin toss, even though he didn't catch it, and they chose to go for first pick.
Yeah, and EG going for, they prefer the Radiant side. Before we had this update to the the pick phase. Second pick was the one that everyone really favored because you get the last pick, so you'd love to have that. You can open up with that opening combo. Now it's not quite the same. I think it's still settling in where we're going to find in a while which is the better first or second pick. But Radiant continues to be the favorite side for both teams.
Yeah. Definitely feels that way, just how it goes. I liked as well, you can see a glimpse of the notes there that they do have on the table, and the big thing about those notes is they have pictures. They have pictures of them. Look at
black
that,
and white.
Man.
I can see it.
I mean, who needs this information, man? Show pictures, like you can't get it wrong then.
I gotta say, I do love the trophy that they have. It is, is it a Smurf? It looks like a Smurf to me with a hammer. Like, that is what the trophy looks like. There it is, right?
Yeah.
That looks like, it looks like a Smurf with a hammer and a phone. Is that not, what is it?
Yeah.
Is that what you're seeing?
It's a keyboard. Oh, okay. That does make more sense than a phone, not gonna lie.
Oh, okay. But he's holding it the way you'd hold a phone, yes or no?
Yeah. Maybe it's like text to speech sort of thing, He's typing into that keyboard. That's how he talks. Oh, like the model itself reminds. Did you ever play the game Magica? Like,
no.
No. Like you're like the little wizards and you have to like combine elements and stuff. That's what it reminds me of.
I have played. I need to see it for a second. I played for a little bit because I know what you mean. It's like there's like something like 50 spells in the game based on how you combine things, and it didn't really catch my interest too much, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was one of those games where it had a couple of memes in it. It was fun for a few hours, and then you get bored of it quite quickly. But it's fine because it was cheap.
That's what it's a good game to spend an afternoon with, and then be like, okay, I'm done. I got all I want from this game, basically.
Yeah, right click, uninstall. I mean, if you could get all the enjoyment in that first hour, you could even get a refund.
That's true. I've been doing that more and more recently. I buy a game, then I play it, and I'm like, do I really want to put $10 into this one? Which is not a lot, but you're also like, it's still money. I don't want to give that away for nothing.
Yeah.
And
I mean, what would be like the ultimate way to play games for free is that you download the game, you play it for an hour, you go into the files, you find the save, you export it, you get a refund, you make a new Steam account, rinse repeat. Just import your save file every time. That's it. You can play games forever. Never cost you a penny.
The lengths we go to not support the things we like. You know what I mean? It's like
they ain't got enough money, man. I'm poor.
Oh, all right. You know what? Let's go back a little bit to the two teams. One hero that both teams like for the 2 years actually is the Invoker and Earth Spirit. I don't know if we'll be seeing a whole lot of Earth Spirit this tournament. The hero did get nerfed quite a bit. I thought the level 10 nerf was bigger. He went from plus 325 rolling boulder to plus 200. So that range is quite a lot. And I think at level 15 you get a bit less damage, which it adds up and all that, but the rolling boulder one feels like a bit bigger of a nerf.
Yeah, which is kind of a shame because I do love it when Earth Spirit comes back into the meta. Like he always is entertaining to watch. I can't play him for crap myself. I'm an awful Earth Spirit player, but watching other people do it is great. But yeah, like you mentioned, it feels like maybe his patch was short-lived and he might just drop off again. Very sad. Yeah,
and it's not just him, right? Like IceFrog hates him and his family. Ember Spirit is older. I think his older brother also got nerfed. Ember Spirit has been nerfed 5 patches in a row. Yeah. And I'm looking at the hero, just Sleight of Fist, 10 mana. He loses about 0.75 health regeneration a second as well, which is about 45 health a minute. It's a salve every 10 minutes. It's a tango every 3 minutes. You look at it, you're like, dude, what's wrong with poor guy?
Yeah, it wasn't even like he was particularly overpowered, you know? Like, as we were mentioning earlier, the PA feels like it deserved a nerf more than the Ember Spirit does, but maybe, like you mentioned, Ice Frog just doesn't want to see Ember. Maybe he hates it. Maybe he's had bad experience in his own pubs, and he's like, you know what? Screw this hero. Just nerf it into oblivion.
I feel bad about that. And there's not a whole lot of overlap between the offlane and the position 4, but one hero that both teams like as their position 5 is Treant Protector, who, you know, has come back in the meta, strong laner. The armor, we talked about PA, but I was looking at the best counter to TA is actually Treant in terms of win rate. It's like Treant wins that matchup 54% of the time, which is crazy to me, but it's all of it comes down to the fact that you can give someone, you know, 18 armor if you have the talent, which goes a long way to keeping your team alive.
Yeah, 100%. And just for, like, in general, you've got both your Nature's Grasp and your Overgrowth for really good dot abilities to burn through that refraction shield at the same time. So you've got, like multiple ways of actually hindering what the TA wants to bring to the table. So it is quite cool to see. But, I mean, we have still been seeing a fair amount of TA picked up in recent history with this patch in, like, various different tournaments and whatnot. So do you think we could be seeing that hero in this game?
Sorry, TA or PA?
TA. I mean, we're 100% going to see PA, but
yes. Actually, TA is a good counter to PA because it doesn't matter how hard you hit, you're still blocking a few of those hits. So I feel like, and she is contested between the two teams, but in different roles. You know, EG, they prefer to give TA to Chris Luck, whereas TSM might be, you know, they're more likely to give it to Tomado. So it is contested, but not for the mid lane, basically. Like both teams want it for different reasons. Same thing with like the Dawnbreaker, where I believe EG plays it as a support, whereas TSM, they prefer giving it to Kasane. It's his most played hero in terms of pubs for the last week. As we're looking at all the pub stats just because these teams haven't competed competitively for like 2 months, so you don't know what they're really thinking.
Yeah, no, 100%. Just these strong heroes, which are all in the pubs, just got to remove them because they are too damn scary. What I like to see, what we've seen already in the previous series today, is just the really good usage of the Twin Gate from the position 1. And like the ability just to rotate into that other side of the map, get a free kill, go back to farm immediately afterwards is absolutely great. Because always I find the most fun patches are the ones where it's focused around fighting more than hitting creeps. Like, I love those ones.
And it's also something that when you're good at fighting, you know, if you enjoy it, you're generally good at it, and you're like, yeah, I love doing this. We get to do the thing I love the most all the time. Give me more of that. That's why I can never play carry. It just seems, I can't imagine people actually want to play carry. It seems boring. But when you see the previous game, I think it was Parker, he with the TA, just goes around the map, throwing daggers, jumping at people, has the Grimstroke behind him, keeping him alive. Like that's exciting to watch.
Yeah, it definitely is.
That's it.
I was gonna say, like, do you think maybe one day we might get the return of the tri-lane meta? Like, is there any way that could come back?
Nah, I don't know. It doesn't seem like it, right? Like, when was the last time we really saw tri-lane? Like, when was like, I remember at one point we used to see a lot of trans. It was fun. You see, you know, 3 people in one lane going up against 3 people. It's like, yeah, that's awesome. But for a long time, we haven't seen tri-lanes. Maybe it'll come back. Maybe a team will run it in a couple of games. It's like a cheese pick, like, oh, look at that. We have this amazing tri-lane that works. But it's very risky because the tri-lane has to get kills to be worthwhile, basically.
Yeah, definitely.
That is a keyboard. That's not a phone.
It's 100% keyboard. Either that or it's a BlackBerry.
Oh, God. That thing existed?
It did indeed. I had a BlackBerry for a long time. Like those buttons, man, were so damn small with like endless mistypes. Like some very dodgy things can get sent to your nan, but you're like, sorry, didn't mean that. Disregard.
No, I unfortunately never had the BlackBerry, but maybe that's for the better. And we are in the draft, and we talked about Dawnbreaker being, you know, heavily contested by both teams. TSM decides to take it. They also get rid of the Phoenix. Invoker's another hero that we said is quite popular. Nature's Prophet receives a ban. This hero losing 6 agility from the start does feel like quite a lot. It's 1 armor and 6 attack speed. Like that's not a little bit.
Yeah, it does make a big difference. I mean, we have actually already seen it once today. I think Puppy played it in the first series, and he actually built a phylactery which worked with the sprouts, which was pretty crazy. Obviously, it didn't actually work in the end, but
yeah,
I could see the idea behind it. But even still, It's not going to appear in this game. Lycan as well as Doom removed, and of course, no gyro ban, so immediately TSM snapped that one up.
Why not, right? I mean, then you do leave the PA in the pool. I like what EG went through, though. They focus on Kassan getting rid of two of his Zoo heroes, both the Lycan as well as the Beastmaster. You know, it's like these are the two heroes I think he plays a whole lot of. And the Dawnbreaker has also been removed, and does leave him with the Razor if you want to go for that. AA comes out, so Satanic, Gyrocopter, usually even if you get stunned, you have the Aghanim Scepter, you have Satanic, still very hard to bring down, but AA comes out, that's like not as reliable a strategy. You can't just sort of tank a stun and expect to be fine.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be a bit of an issue for them. But, you know, the one thing there for TSM is the fact that now EG have this, have the Ancient Apparition, probably not going to be looking for a position 5, which means they should be able to get this Warlock completely for free, because Warlock is just insane in general in this patch.
Yes.
And paired with the insane amount of AoE damage of the Gyro, the Fatal Bonds, man, will be devastating in these fights.
I wonder if EG is going to be thinking about taking the Faceless Void, though. I mean, you do have, you know, the AA just combat, because he is a fan of a lot of the farming heroes that you expect. You know, the Morphling, the Terrorblade, Gyrocopter. He plays it himself as well, but I don't know if he'll be taking the Faceless Void. You might want to be like a little bit active, showing up with the Chronospheres available. Oh, there you go. Sven goes out. That's definitely a farming hero.
Yep. Still no touch towards the PA. I feel like if it's not going to get banned by one of these teams here with their final bans of the second phase, someone's going to be grabbing it. I mean, obviously EG much more likely, as they don't have a guaranteed position 1. But I mean, there is the chance that TSM could put this Gyro as support and maybe go for the PA instead.
I don't think I've seen Gyro. I feel like Gyro, maybe, but generally we've just seen Gyrocop just being picked up as a core almost exclusively. And they get rid of the Morphling. PA still in the pool. If you do take it for Evil Geniuses, you do leave the Treant Protector, so could be an option for them. And as well as the Warlock, so which you obviously not going to take yourself. Let's see what ban EG wants to do right now.
I'm going to think about it. Maybe they might start touching on towards the mid, perhaps, of TSM. Remove some of those crucial heroes from the equation. Only time will tell. But yeah, I feel like the Treant Protector not being removed as well means this hero is 100% going to appear. Like, too strong not to.
I don't think he's as much of a problem against Gyrocopter as he is against PA, because Gyrocopter, you know, okay, one of the 17 people I'm hitting has extra armor. I guess he'll live a bit longer than the rest of the family. You know, It's like you're going to be slaughtering everyone. So one guy having armor is not a big deal. So it's definitely something that EG was like, we got, you know, you either have to ban it or pick it, I feel like. Because if it would be good on TSM they take it if they get the PA on EG.
Yeah, definitely.
They take Earthshaker, okay.
Alright. Do you think that's like going to be a support for Matthew this game? Or do you think they might still be trying to put it into like the hands of Whisper? Or maybe even Chris Luck for the mid?
No, I feel like it's more likely to go for Chris Luck's side, but we'll wait and see where they go. Vengeful Spirit comes out, solid here overall. Matthew, he's been playing a whole lot of Shadow Demon. I mean, obviously he could still play Earthshaker, but this week he played Shadow Demon the most out of all the heroes. He played like 10 times. Everything else he played like, you know, 1 or 2. So he's definitely been a big fan of the Shadow Demon. See if it's something he wants to go for. ES, holy crap, is this TI5? It's Earthshaker as well as Ancient Apparition.
Oh, here we go. Big Roshan Wombo combo coming out. Fingers crossed we get to see it. But Rubik picked up in response there from TSM. Already some really fantastic skills that could potentially get stolen in this game. Obviously, Fisher is a massive one. Much more easy to get as well. So, got to be very, very careful. Whoever is playing on EG, they've got to make sure that they hit this Rubik with that Fisher so they can at least get the Enchant Totem off, because it's really a skill you do not want to give away.
Look at the amount of control you have, right? You have the lift, the Stone Fissure, the stun from the Vengeful Spirit, the stun from the Gyrocopter, which AA and Earthshaker aren't the best at removing those homing missiles. So it does feel like just from these 3 heroes from TSM, you have a lot of control. And a lot of like disposable controls, right? Like Vengeful Spirit, you throw a stun, a few seconds later you have it available. It's not super hard to commit. And they go for the Snapfire. We were talking about, you know, saying that you need something to deal with the homing missile a little bit, and that is one of the best counters to it. And I think it's going to be Whisper's hero. He does play a decent amount of the Snapfire.
Yeah. That makes sense. We'll see which role it does end up in. I mean, obviously there is still a decent amount of flex on the side of EG to put these guys in several different roles if they so do choose. But maybe they might have to try and decide on what positions they're going to go into. As they're looking for their 4th pick right now, which I'm assuming is probably going to be their mid. Leave their carry for the final pick in the game. Pretty standard.
Yeah, when they have last pick on EG, so they can set. I'm looking at Faceless Void and thinking this guy's a real premium pick. You know, the FV. You have like you pair it up with the Mortimer's Kisses, with the AA Blast. Earthshaker can jump in right as the Chronosphere ends with an Echo. You can just throw a Fissure before the Chronosphere ends, so there's no like counterplay, and then jump in. Like, it seems pretty solid. The only problem is like we talked about the amount of stuns. Who they go? They go with the Mars, so that is going to be Whisper's hero instead. Yep. And probably Crystalek is going to be taking the Earthshaker. Matthew's going to be taking that the Snapfire. I like it. You got a decent combo now, but it's still not as good a lockdown as a Chronosphere.
True, but I mean, it's like Rob and Rowan Bo was saying in the previous series, is that the Mars is just kind of out the meta quite a lot. Not many teams are willing to pick this hero up. But the team who picked it last series was Beast Coast, SA Professionals, and EG also SA. It's just clearly one of those favored position 3s in that region. And no matter how this hero has changed in the patches, they're feeling very, very comfortable just to pick it up.
And he's an amazing counter towards the Gyrocopter though, right? You Flat Can turns on, you turn on your Bulwark, you're taking 70% less damage, you're taking all those hits for your friends. It's not bad at all. I'm assuming that's how it works. I haven't seen this interaction, but I'm assuming you do absorb all the hits, just like similar to how like a Medusa, because I've seen that work. So it's a good pick. I like the Mars a little more. I just feel like last pick is either going to be Faceless Void or PA coming out for EG.
Yeah, I definitely feel Faceless Void for sure is going to be a big combo. So many ult busts to set up for, but TSM deciding to go for the old Brewmaster there. Going to be running that into their own off lane and immediately ban the Slark afterwards.
Slark ban. Okay. Not the hero I was really thinking that would come up, but he does pair up pretty well with the AA once you get the cold feet with the jump. So I like it fair amount, but it's not really the hero I was thinking of. He is great against all those stuns, right? We're talking about all these stuns, and it's like, oh, you have Dark Pact, you can dodge one, turn on your ultimate. It's a pretty good way for you to play. I still prefer something like a PA or a TA or a Faceless Void. Anyway, TSM probably needs a mid, EG needs their carry.
Yeah, see what mid laners they're going to be afraid of. First remove is the Queen of Pain. Still is that Earth Spirit in the pool, but like you mentioned, did receive the last nerf, so maybe just not going to appear at all. Actually choosing to ban out the OD instead. OD wasn't changed in the last patch, was he? I don't think he was.
No, he was. Wait, I think at one point he did receive a nice buff to his Aghanim Scepter where you get 75% mana rather than 50. And it is pretty solid against the Faceless Void, right? Like you Chrono, if he's not caught, he'll save some people, which has always been a good counter for them. And they go with the Pangolier as their mid laner coming out here. That makes sense for the Quap band. You know, she's always just throw Shadow Strike on the Pangolier. That damage over time, it's not fun at all. All right, so both PA as well as the Faceless Void still in the pool.
Yeah, it feels like it should definitely be one of those two. Obviously, PA in general, I don't think I've seen it lose a game in like the last 5 times I've seen it picked up in pro play. So in general, just with that solid win rate, it feels a comfortable hero. But the Faceless Void for sure, like you mentioned earlier, has already got tons of setups for it in these team fights, ways for your teammates to put damage into. A lot of times when I see teams pick up Faceless Void, there is literally nobody else on the squad that can actually pump in any damage, but 100% not the case this time.
Watch it be a sniper, right? We talked about PA and Faceless Void. Then they're like, here's a sniper, but he didn't see that coming, and it's going, Lifesteal comes out. You know, okay. A bit different. Doesn't quite give you the same lockdown or burst damage. And in general, I'm not the biggest fan of this hero. I don't know if he has enough damage to go through like what Tomato with a Satanic would have. In general, EG's damage is kind of over time. If you get hit those Ice Blasts, that's great. But if you don't, it feels like an extended fight isn't really going to be favoring them too much. So I think I'm going to go with TSM on this one. I think I like their draft a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like for the sake of being contrary, I might be going
Of
towards
course.
EG right now. You know, I want to make sure I'm not always following your lead, Tom. You know, I've got ideas of my own.
Of course you do. Of course. But no, I mean EGs they've got a solid team fight. Like if you can land a good Mars arena, you have AA Blast coming out and Kisses, like that's going to be dangerous early on. But as the game progresses, I do think TSM has a bit more of an advantage. So I'm leaning towards it. Plus, I'd like to see TSM take EG down. Nothing against EG, just like you want the underdog get a few victories once in a while.
Yeah, we could see it happen, but yeah, I do actually quite like that last pick of the lifestealer, because as you mentioned before, that just the sheer amount of stuns and lockdown that is actually into the hands of TSM, having that natural built-in BKB is going to be a fantastic tool to actually survive through that. You just got to make sure that you get the job done before it runs out, otherwise you will just get chain stunned. Probably the brew is just going to cyclone you up into the air, and you'll be watching the team fight from the clouds. See just if your team can survive through it. As the voting result, 85% to EG. Okay, chat, you clearly have a favorite here.
Yeah, tell us what you really think. Don't sit on the fence. Just pick one already. Holy moly! I mean, I definitely am in the minority with this. Just can I switch sides? Is it too late?
Nope.
Can I be like no? I'm right with that. Okay.
You're stuck. You're stuck. You're doubling down on TSM. You have to commit your house for that one.
To be fair, I did the TSM last year, and they were very nice to talk to. We were doing like media day, we're doing interviews, so they're very nice to talk to. So at least I'll stick with them because they gave me good answers to an interview once. Why not?
That's how we make all of our decisions. That's the best way.
He smiled, he smiled in my face.
Oh, that's great. Well, let's see how this game ends up going down. The commencement of EG versus TSM here for BetBoom Dacha is underway. And we do actually have a 5-man smoke move here from TSM. They might run into Pakaz. We'll see if he's able to avoid danger here.
Boss comes out. We're just going to be happy to wait. Yeah, TSM's draft, though, is super good in these like skirmishes. You know what I mean? Like if... they can basically fight almost all the time, even if Pango doesn't have the Rolling Thunders and the Brew doesn't have the split. You still get a lot of value out of like the Spirit Vessel on the Brewmaster. Pango, you just go for the Orb of Corrosion, you go for Diffusal, and then it's like you're just do a lot of damage with the Swashbuckle. EG slightly more cooldown. I'm not gonna be like they're so cool, but a little bit more. You kind of need the Mars Arena, the Echo Slam, the Kisses and the Ice Blast. Their cooldowns aren't that long, but a little bit more. Rather than TSM, where it's like your supports are always ready to fight.
Yeah, definitely. Not having that cooldown reliance is always a big bonus. Do you think we could be seeing like a quick Ags as well coming out from this Venge this game, or do you feel like it's not really that necessary?
I like it. I like the Ags for the Venge, especially because you are going to be, once the Ice Blast comes out, you're probably going to be dying. Then it's like, the second life, you're going to be able to do some serious work. Although I generally prefer if you go for the Shard first. I think the double stun is just way too much value.
Yeah, definitely is.
Like when I see a person rushing the Aghanim Scepter before the shot, I know that maybe you can get for like the Tormentor. It's like that's possible, but you can just get it. It's so good.
It feels good to be this good.
Speaking of good shards, by the way, the AA shard is also fantastic. It's a 1.6 second stun on Ice Blast. Like I feel like it's like one of those really like the best stuns, the best shards in the game, contender at least.
Especially if there is that combo with the Earthshaker, like just clap
revealed.
onto everyone. Yeah, smoke breaks, good observer ward placement there. And Bakaz going to be able to avoid danger for sure. And TSM are like, where the hell is everybody? They're gone. Our smokes break for nothing.
They're scared of us. See, they don't. I told you they'll run away if they see us coming.
But yeah, no first blood's going to happen this time around. Oh, they do actually get the read there as a ward. Very nice. So free D-ward there. Ari loving a bit of money. You can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, they also pinged out. They're like either here or on top of that small cliff, mountain, whatever you want to call it. But they could put a good sentry, and they get. Looks like it's going to be 2 for 2 in terms of observer wars. I doubt Pakaz is going to jump into that and try to steal it.
No, he would be. He'd be a crazy man for sure. But like we mentioned, this is South America Gaimin. If there was ever a region to go and do that, it is these guys. So, but it's not gonna happen this time. Does end up being 2 for 2 on the bounties. And yeah, we'll see if anyone, which team's actually gonna be able to snag that first blood eventually. Is there a lane where you feel it's going to be more likely that first blood's going to happen?
Don't expect much out of the bottom lane, honestly, from Panda as well as Pakaz. There's a bit of slows, but I think it's unlikely. At the same time, it's also Brewmaster Rubik is not the most dangerous. So I think I don't think any kills are gonna happen bottom lane. Mid lane is probably be a farm trade between the two heroes. C-Smile, he should be doing a good job just because of the enchant totem. You're always guaranteed a deny or a creep. So Brawl might suffer because of that a little bit, but both should be able to farm. Top lane is the one I'm interested in. You have double stuns from both sides. So I think if first blood comes out, it's gonna be on this. It's gonna be on this lane, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you there, 100%. It's going to be the action lane for sure. Probably might just see whichever side hits level 2 first, and then they might be the ones to try and go for that kill. Already though, actually, just the decent amount of harassment coming out. And yeah, the 2 members on this off lane for EG already down to pretty low right now, so chicken away.
Yeah, I think I'd favor the TSM one on this. You have to be worried if the cookie comes out, that would be a bit of extra range that you need. If it comes on Whisper, but other than that, I do think that it's very likely TSM should at least win the harassing war, which makes EG's aggression less likely.
Yeah, definitely.
Jeez!
My God, he's taking one heck of a beating. Gonna be forced to pop those salves, eat those tangos, and just slowly but surely, TSM winning the regen war. Because you know, a lot of the times you don't have to necessarily get the kills every single time.
True.
As long as if you are gonna be chipping through those resources. It's just, it's still very, very valuable to apply this amount of harassment. And
also, you're making sure that there's not a whole lot of CS going for in favor of the Mars right now. Only 5, a bit behind all the other cores in this game. And gee, look at that, Matthew, just absolutely suffering. He takes little Shredder level 2, which means that you're kind of saying we're not going to be getting much kills at level 2. You'd rather, if you have the Cookie and a Sky Blast, you have a stun and then a slow. But if you have little Shredder, you're just sort of countering the homing missile. We talked about this during the draft. But that means that until level 3, you're unlikely to be able to be aggressive on EG, which means you're also seceding control of the lane completely.
Yeah, I mean, I think I do agree with that, because already you're losing this harassment. So if you try and make a play, you're already going to be on the deficit with just how low you are, and there's a higher chance that you'll die instead. So I feel like a lot of players would just double down on the aggressive style and want those kills, but. Yeah, the choice to play the defensive style is it's still valued. I like it.
I like it too. I mean, he's basically like he's accepting the situation, saying, "Listen, we're going to be suffering. Might as well lessen our suffering rather than try to completely lose the lane, get no CS, and give them kills." You know, it's one thing to be like, "We're going to lose the lane, but we're not going to lose by too much by doing this."
Yeah, just recover any way you possibly can. I mean, it's just Whisper at the bottom of CS, pretty much every other core is pretty damn equal with each other. So just the Mars who is suffering for now. Because as soon as he steps up, just the flat cannons start coming through, making it very difficult for him to get anywhere near those creeps.
Whitemon doesn't have a whole lot of mana, so at least the harass is going to ease up slightly for them. And plus, you're up against 2 strength heroes, so they probably, they might get 1 or 2 bracers. Make sure you get a little bit of regen. So EG could not come back. I guess you could say that they could come back slightly with the Whitemon being a little bit not out of service, but not being available to throw as much spells as possible.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes as well, when you're having a bit of a rough lane, you can try and rely on like an early rotation from your mid laner, but considering how they have the Earthshaker, not really the best person rotating in many situations, so yeah, can't really rely on him to change the balance of power there.
C-Smile's having a really good time though. 20 and 6, 17 and 3, so doubling the denies, a little bit more CS. It adds up basically, and he's going for the Max Enchant Totem build, so it's just really hard to try to deny against him. And oh man, top lane again. In fact, look at EG, like 3 of their members are pretty low health. Pakaz, I think, just ate a salve, but in general, this early economic war going really in favor of TSM, especially with the courier kill.
Yeah, there's a little bit of icing on the cake right there, getting that slight chunk of more money. Yeah, well, I'll say as well, where you mentioned the majority of the levels for the Earthshaker going into the Enchant Totem. I've seen that quite varied. Some players like to prefer maxing Aftershock first, or actually, First Blood? No, okay. The Coldfree doesn't have a Kaz! Alright, okay. Man is crazy.
Madman!
He really wanted that one, but he does change his mind. Yeah, back to what I was saying. Some players like to max out Enchant Totem, other players like to go for Aftershock. Like, what do you think the real decider there is?
I think I prefer maxing out the Enchanter just because when you get those hits, it's super great for your harass. He's just going actually even with 2 in each. So he's like, you guys were saying one of us better than the other. I'll show you. No, they're both relatively even. Yeah, he just goes for both. I'm glad we fixed the bugs with the flag bearer. Do you remember you can't see the flag bearer creep? I'm glad we can actually see that now.
Pretty important information to know a lot of times. But yeah, they're going to try and make this move against the Gyro on top. Spear back into tower does allow them to get a couple of extra hits from that one. Is this going to be enough damage? The tornado, not the missiles, sorry, holding him back. Blood grenade slow. And a big rotation coming on in there to guarantee the kill. Panda denying any sort of retreat for Tomato. And finally, first blood is found 5 minutes in.
Bit greedy. He had a Fairy Fire and 13 Magic Wands charges. So it's not like, you know, I was surprised when somebody was like, okay, maybe I'll save it because maybe in another situation I want a full Magic Wand, but that was pretty dire. We saw the Blood Grenade come out. It wasn't on cooldown or anything, so Tomato kind of greedy with that.
Again.
Yeah, the second death is going to hurt him so much.
Spear lands, Cookie will not. Now he just pops the stick, standing his ground right now. It's actually the Snapper has to run away. Matthew will die for that. Tomato, like you're mentioning, all those stick charges, now he had them this time. It allowed him to actually get that kill. Probably going to get the +1 onto Panda. Ends up being a double for Whiteman of all people. I'm sure they'd love for Tomato to get those kills, but you know, what's better than being a support player and getting kills, man? Kills are all good.
Nothing. You know, you're an ogre, you get a double kill, you're looking, you have 1,000 gold in the bag, you're thinking, you know, every ogre will be like, hey, come on, I mean, I could get a certain item, speed up my gold, my EXP, why not? But yeah, good double kill for Whitemon coming in, much needed, because if Tomato died in that situation, you're
Echo trying to get the burst down. Brawl still able to get the squash block from the side.
Nice,
the Cookie will miss. Invis, there's the Sentry Ward, but he's still out of the range. Instead, Whiteman, very aggressive TP, but even still, Brawl's going to turn around, trying to focus towards C-Smile. The Shaker will actually die, as Ari also getting involved. It's another 2 kills going over towards TSM. But at the same time, Bakaz able to get a solo kill actually there against Kassane. That's nice.
That's twice now that both supports from EG show up to a lane and they lose a core because of that. You know, top lane, top lane, I think they both supports go up there, they both died, they go mid lane, C-Smile loses his life, and TSM now sitting with a 2,000 gold lead. Yeah, you might have lost your off laner, but it doesn't really matter. As long as Brewmaster gets level 6, he's gonna be fine. Like, it's not the worst thing in the world. Yeah, because farming is a bigger problem, but overall, you're very happy for TSM right now. Look at the net worth on C-Smile compared to Bryle. That's a mountain of difference.
That is really big. We got over 800 gold. Getting that kill onto the Shaker is very beneficial. Actually, it was the full double. Actually, did Bryle even get those kills, or was it the supports again that got it?
I think he got one of them, because I didn't see a double kill. I think he got one of them, and Whitemon casually kills stealing another one. You know, that guy. Greedy.
Yeah. How dare he afford brown boots? What a evil man.
Oh, yeah, look at that. That's gonna be a triple stack coming out from them. So TSM, very crisp movements all over the map. You know, so far 2 ganks that they stopped. This is going to be, I think when the finish is going to be, we go up to 6. There you go. Holy moly.
Yeah, it's a lot of stacks.
12 in total. And
freebie. Nice attempts there with the Fisher to try and get the block for Bryle, but he did jump just in time to avoid that. Could have been pretty clutch, but doesn't end up working out. Just another free kill going over towards the old Pangalit. Just going to help further his game, because yeah, he is up there. He's only 100 gold behind that of Bakaz, who has had entire free farm here at this bot lane. Not contested at all, so just a really great showing in general here for TSM.
And while it doesn't make too much of a difference, you look at the difference between the position 5s as well. Panda with 1,000 gold. Oh, sorry, that's Ari's not position 5. So, sorry, Whitemon with the 2.2. So, like, that is a big difference in what value you're going to be getting from your hard support.
Yeah. I mean, considering how Whiteman has had an amazing start now, does he try and go for really fast Ags, or can he go for something like a faster Solar Crest?
No, I think he's just going to go straight away Solar Crest. I think that's the better move. It's like, if you go for Ags and you actually end up dying, then all that extra gold didn't make a difference. But if you get a Solar Crest, that's sort of like a guaranteed good amount of value right now, rather than a risky, potentially bigger value.
Fair enough. You know, high risk, high reward, but I'm not going to see
why risk?
That. Yeah, why risk? Man? They feel like they're in the lead. No need to potentially throw that all away. as we see the old gyro getting more free farm there at the top. Also now contesting the first position there of Pakaz, who is just completely left on their own. I mean, do TSM need to address him eventually, or do they really just not care about this lifestealer?
I think you don't care. The late game lifestealer's damage is kind of like a joke. I wish this here wasn't like this, but I've seen this guy try to kill people, and it's adorable. So I don't think you're too worried about it. Maybe he has a new item build. Maybe the hero is better than we think he is. But in general, gyro versus lifestealer late game, my money's on the gyrocopter. Even though 1-to-1 it's more even, but gyrocopter is going to be shredding everyone else, and lifestealer is going to be trying to kill people.
Yeah, definitely. The keyword was trying, right? Oh, turn around. Cookie will lands. Attempted to go onto Brile here, but the amount of damage coming through is too much. Nice Fisher block there, denying that Rolling Thunder. C-Smile trying to hide behind it. Still connects on all these neutrals as well. It's going to cause his death. In comes Whisper though.
Nice swap.
Easy swap from White, but he's level 7 at 10 minutes in. What is this venge? While Brile going to be able to chase down Matthew. Easy swashbuckle connection. And Whisper,
they see it.
He's trying to run himself away. He's not going to make it. And this could potentially be all of those stacks being stolen. I feel like they should just bring in the gyro, right? Flat cannon this up.
I mean, he's coming. He's coming for it. He's like, yeah, exactly what I want to do. And by the way, I like what Matthew tried. He tried to make sure they don't get it by killing the Pango before he jumps up. Brile was too tanky, and then they spot all of these stacks. And TSM with what? 5,000 gold? I think once these creeps down, it should be about around 5,000 gold advantage for them. Pretty damn massive at this stage of the game.
That is huge.
Oh, do you see what Tamao takes? He takes the trusty shove. I love it when teams get multiple of this because you can really accelerate with everyone getting a bounty ruin.
Yeah, if you're that lucky, or if you're me, when you get his bolts. So, I mean,
that's still value.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like what, 15 gold extra a minute or something.
20.
Oh, 20. My bad.
Yeah, it's from 20. And remember, it's multiple allies, so you're like getting like 60 gold a minute.
It's true, yeah. Imagine that, the whole strat is just gather up with Trusty Shovel and just stack the bolts.
I don't think you can stack, actually, but I think, like, you know, one guy has a kobold, and the other on the other side of the map, another guy has a kobold, and you're with a friend, so everyone's getting kobolded up. Yeah, it's not bad.
Do better. But even still, 4,000 gold lead now here for TSM, 12 minutes in. Like you mentioned, they have just completely ignored the lifestealer, and it's working out fantastically so far. Like, they've actually managed to get higher net worth on their position 1 and 2 compared to this free farm position 1 on the side of EG. So, just looking all TSM right now, and I suppose the real question is whether if they can keep this aggression going, where it looks like that is that a dead Mars up top? There's a lot of heroes on top of him. I think that's a dead. Yeah, he's dead. Killing spree for Whiteman.
That's a big problem, because that is, no pun intended, the tip of the spear, you know, that of your aggression. You really would like your Mars to have a little bit of a meat on him, but he's the lowest net worth among all the cores, and if he jumps in, it feels like it's all too easy just to kill him. So if you're EG, you have to start thinking, who can we actually play around? Pakaz, maybe? But when your carry fights, if he dies, you're also throwing away your game, basically.
Yeah, it's sort of like a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. And because he's got his armlet going for a Desolate next, and yeah, the rest of his team going for this smoke. Going to move into their triangle area where they might bump into Brile. Do they have enough lockdown to actually get the kill? Whisper leading the charge. He actually used his swashbuckle aggressively, and that's going to cause his death right there. Trying to go for Whiteman as well. A few more Morpheus kisses. Might guarantee the kill. The Mars spell just too short of a range, but even still, they're going to give chase. Eventually, Whiteman's surely going to die. Oh, Cooking! Oh, no, there it is. Well, Cooking is Tumblr's toy. That was nearly really clutch. But the Spear does still find him.
Yeah, unfortunately, the great fissure by C-Smile. He caught both of them, so he wasn't able to use the swap to save Brile. So a nice bit of kills, and Pakaz actually spots out the enemy stack. And do they know this? It looks like he's just gonna might be able to get it for free. And suddenly, your carry is the one stealing their stack. There's no vision there for TSM.
It feels a lot harder though for the side of EG to get that, unless they want to bring in the old Shaco and just echo the camp. Maybe that might just be the play. Obviously, still on cooldown now, but. Yeah, they don't really have great tools at this stage in the game to clear those up easily.
And he didn't take the Ancient. He took, what, a double stack? Not the biggest problem in the world. I thought I might consider going for more. And the mid tower going to be falling potentially for EG, opening up the map even more for TSM. So those kills, damaging, but doesn't really change too much of the pace of the game. Still TSM favorite.
Yeah, definitely. Bit by bit, gaining their lead into this game. The only core that isn't like excelling with the other ones is just the Brewmaster, but even still, he is outpacing his counterpart position 3, so he's not doing too bad right now. And you're going to see TSM are really just looking for action non-stop, taking control of the Radiant jungle, and another Tumbler's Toy forwards. Does get the grab there on towards Panda. Finds the kill. I think that's both of the supports on the side of TSM have the Tumbler's Toy. It's actually really great. It's working out.
And the carry is the one with this trusty shovel. They're like, hey, how about you dig gold for once in your life while we jump around? It's a really good item. You know, that extra range in... I'm liking it. I think I saw Whitemon was considering getting a Blink Dagger so he can jump and catch, but C-Smile does have his Blink Dagger on the Earthshaker. I can imagine he's going to go for the Aghanim Scepter next. And at that point, I don't know if it's enough. You know, it's nice, but I don't know if it's actually enough for you to start taking fights here. You look at EG and you think, at what point is your draft stronger? At what point is your draft like really ready to go? Double Blinks are up.
Yeah.
Double Blinks are up though.
I think at the same time, though, I think Pipe was just completed for the Brew, so they've got a massive way of just reducing this huge amount of magic damage is coming out from EG, because they don't have any physical until the Lifestealer is really ready later on, but we're so far away from that, so this Pipe is going to be devastating. And as we can see there, the Gyro managing to farm up his Ancient stack as well, so he is very securely set himself as the top 5 core this game.
And they're just going to go straight up for the bomb. I saw Kasane going for it earlier, because you usually see like Midas come out first, but he was queuing up. I thought, is he going to go for it or not? But he does go for it in the end. Just saying, I don't mind farming a bit slower, as long as my team's actually able to take these fights. Like, you know, winning this giant team fights and taking map control, it is accelerating your farm as well. Mid lane?
Oh, C-Smile's been caught right now. Gonna try and get himself out of this one, but just not a hope in hell's chance of that happening. Ends up being another free kill there for TSM. Bit by bit, just outpacing EG entirely. 6k gold lead. They've taken away all of the tier 1 towers, and maybe looking to try and evade the triangle again. Just keep this aggression going non-stop. So no reason not to.
I gotta say, sometimes it doesn't pay to be a contrarian, Blue Scale. Just want to throw it out there. You know, sometimes it's good to go with the proof, the evidence.
Mate, you know you've just cursed TSM there, right? Yes. You have just full cursed them. EG is somehow going to win this one. And it's all going to be your fault. I'm going to like DM everyone at TSM and was like, blame it on them.
He said it's unlosable for you guys. But TSM, actually, can we see the win percentage? Because it is looking really good for them right now. You have your carry way ahead in farm. He's got the Aghanim Scepter. Oh no, Tomato! What did we just say?
Yeah, you've done it, mate. This is the beginning of the curse. I mean, he's taken a long time to die, but it does not look like anyone else from TSM is interested to try and help him out. So the rest of the squad was mid trying to kill C-Smile, but that did not pan out. So, ends up being a big kill. Actually, a big jump forwards there, dropping the Echo, but a nice swap out there from Whiteman, keeping his mid laner safe. It looks like it's just going to be the death of C-Smile instead. They have tornadoed up the Bakaz as well. Fisher not going to get the block. It's actually stopping Kassane from getting involved, but it might not matter. They've got the damage, and Bakaz will still fall. So never mind. They do kill the Gyro, but it cost them their own mid and carry for their efforts.
Yeah, I mean, TSM walks away pretty happy with that. You know, you are able to get the 2 biggest targets that you can. Yes, losing Gyro Cup is not ideal, but you also are able to exert your map control a little bit. But they haven't put any deep wards, but they can just farm the enemy side, block those Ancients, so make sure nothing comes out by the time EG comes out. So it's like, oh, we don't even have these big Ancients to farm to recover. Very, very tough situation right now for EG, as it's been for basically the entire game.
Yeah. I mean, they might just have to start relying on going for like some 5-man smoke maneuvers like they did with the Gyro. If they got that Gyro and they weren't caught mid, that would have been actually a really massive win. Maybe they could have started changing the momentum of this game, but maybe they just got a bit too ahead of themselves, being like, oh, there's no Gyro. Maybe we can take this fight, but 2 versus 4, just not going to happen.
And TSM, I love what they're building. They are building to sustain these fights. So we talked about the Python Brewmaster, but we're seeing Ari get a 4-staff. You already have Avenge for the swap saves. Like, EG, not only is it going to be a bit tough to land, to kill people, it's just going to be tough to stay on top of them as well. And Bryle's going for the kill.
Yeah, Roll of Thunder in a perfect position as well. Poor old Whisper's going to get stun locked to the end of the earth. The rest of the squad coming in. And that's a dead Mars for sure. Didn't even really need that DD, but it was just there for the extra particle effect, you know? Glowing blue while you're rolling on somebody. Extra damage.
Hey, I'm glad we can actually see it. That was another bug in the previous patch where we couldn't see the ruins on people. So you'd see someone walk around. I've seen people flying and I click on them and like, oh, you're hasted. Oh, well, I'm sorry, my bad that there's no visual on it.
Yeah. So,
Right.
why are you moving so fast?
Well, it's a spirit, it's a crystal maiden, you know, it shouldn't happen. But yeah, overall, like Bryle's having an amazing game. Was he 7-1 with this Pango? He's going for the Agam Scepter with Diffusal, so his damage is going to continue being a threat for them. He's got the. I wonder if he's going to go for the Shard with Agam. So I think Agam Scepter, he already has enough money for the Shard. Tomado showing himself.
Well, the creep's going to be there, and the Fisher actually comes out from Ari to deny that Cookie as well, but a good little dodge. Ari avoiding everything. They're going to try and commit to at least kill this Ruben. The game will
Nice
get
arena.
it. Meanwhile, nice arena with the blast, and Mormon's Kiss coming out on top. Tons of damage rating him. You're off to the side. Bryle doing all the work on his own as well. Has managed to get the trade on towards C-Smile there. And Bakaz just straight up BKB Rage TP out. So at the end of the day, it's a 2-for-1, but 2 supports for your mids. I suppose, considering how they were like 12k gold behind, it does still favor them there.
I think it favors EG, not only because you are able to get a little bit more kills through their supports, but also because now you have 4 people, they have 3 people, you can afford to play a little bit more aggressive, you know, where it's like, oh, they're not going to fight us 3 versus 4. And TSM, they're like, yeah, we don't really need to fight. You guys just expanded your Echo Slam and your Mars Arena. When we talked about this, we said that they are not exactly cooldown dependent on EG, but more so than TSM by quite a bit. And they're like, yeah. Just go for Roche if we want to.
I mean, Tomorrow didn't even bother waiting for his teammates. He's like, yeah, I'm just going to start hitting this. Do like a little drive-by style play. But yeah, they will now try and commit for it. This read is not going to be there for EG, going completely unawares. So, I mean, if you are TSM, is this just like a guaranteed Aegis for Tomato? Or considering how aggressive Bryle's been playing, is it worth putting it on the Pango instead?
Now, I'd rather give it to Tomado. You know, Bryle, he has ways of mitigating the magic damage that comes out on you. You know, if you're spinning, it doesn't really matter. If, you know, you can avoid everything from ES. You can avoid everything from like the Morris Kisses from the A. But if you're Tomado, you can't really do that. You know, so your first death is almost not guaranteed, but it's very much more likely to happen. So I'd rather give it to him. And he's a carry as well.
You're on top. Arena plus Ice Plus comes through just onto Whiteman, and Whisper has to BKB TP out. So they commit 2 ultimates plus a 9-second BKB, and they're the ones that actually lose their support. Not ideal at all, but well, they tried to go for just a 2-man maneuver against unknown enemies. Like, they didn't really have much vision.
This is when you start feeling like one of the teams is a little bit desperate, you know, and I mean they kind of should be, you know. You kind of need get those pickups because the way the game is going, it's all TSM right now. We have a pause. Maybe now we can see the win percentage. Maybe, you know, maybe if we ask really nicely.
I don't know if I want to see it. I mean, unless somehow EG are the ones who are positive here, but I don't think that's going to be very likely. But yeah, definitely TSM just in the driver's seat by a mile and a half.
Look at that, Aetherlands on the Rubik as well, so that massive cast range coming up from him. Should be able to sort of stay behind, not get hit by the arena, the Ice Blast. Just, you know, if you steal Fissure, you're going to have this fountain to fountain fissure, basically. And I'm not exaggerating.
I mean, I think you're exaggerating a little bit, Atomic.
Not all.
Just a little. No?
No,
But,
no.
I mean, it looks like EG. They're thinking about going for this Tormentor, but everyone from TSM is actually nearby. And the homing missile will force them away. And Tomato, he was thinking about trying to do it himself, but just a little bit too risky. I mean, Echo is up, Mormos Kisses is there. I think Arena's probably off cooldown in just a second as well.
If you're TSM, you really want to get those the enemy Tormentor, because getting both on your supports, we talked about like the save potential of the Rubik with the Force Staff. The Telekinesis is great. The double stun from Vengeful Spirit is also really helpful. So I feel like you really want to, you know, if EG gets it, you know, you pick it up on the AA, suddenly that extra stun could be all the difference in the game. So if I was TSM, I'd really be thinking that we need to put a high priority on this Tormentor.
Yeah, I mean, if they wanted to, now would be the perfect opportunity, considering how EG have moved into their jungle, where C-Smile is unfortunately just been completely caught out here. No chance to survive, it just gets deleted. I mean, he is trying to build into a BKB, but I think after that death, he's still like 1,500 gold away. So, not going to have it really anytime soon. And there you go. So TSM listen to your Tomo. I get in the Tormentor.
Or probably listening to Moon Meander. He played support, so he knows the value of getting those shards. He's like, guys, get it.
Yeah.
I can't blame him. I mean, To be fair, I think that EG's shards are better than TSM, but why? But like they're still worth getting for TSM for sure. Why leave it up to chance to get it? Just very clean play by TSM. All game, very clean.
Yeah. I mean, getting the free shard for Whiteman is absolutely massive. I mean, it was actually nerfed slightly in the patch, was it? The range was reduced by 50%, I think, for the second missile.
25, yeah. It has 20, yeah, the first one is the jump is now only 75% of the cast range of the original. So some people are saying like maybe you need to get Aether Lens, but in general, when you stun one person, most of the time they're gonna be next to one of their allies anyway. So it's a nerf. It'll make a difference some of the time, but it's not the biggest nerf in the world.
Well, Kaz, he's in danger right now. Just goes for a straight rage TP out. I mean, surely, like TSM knew that was gonna happen, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not even sure why they bothered TPing in for that.
You need Whitemon to show up. He's the only one who can pierce though, who can stop that with his swap. But I do like what Brow's going for. He's going for the bash. It's a standard item for the Pangolier, but you know, he needs it, and it's gonna solve their problem of people BKB TPing away.
Yeah, it's gonna be a massive pickup when he does eventually get it. And
dude, look at the net worth on like, look at Whitemon and Ari, and then look at that Tormentor. So both Tormentors going to TSM side, and Ari 8.6 net worth, C-Smile 9.1. That's the position 4 and the enemy mid laner. So yeah. Rubik, like he is bringing so much value to the team.
He really is. I mean, I feel like I've seen him steal the Fisher so many times that he's actually been more useful with it than what C-Smile's been able to do, which just feels like every single time I see a Rubik, man, they are absolutely amazing at what they're able to perform.
I was looking at like all the position 4 players in this, you know, writing my notes. Everyone's most played hero is Rubik. Like they all love getting the Rubik, and why not? You know, it's a range hero, so you have generally good laning stage. You have saves. You very flexible based on on the game. You can always steal something that's useful. And who doesn't love stealing Black Hole, casting it for a millisecond, then dying straight after?
I mean, there's no great feeling in the world, Tomo. Let's be honest now. I mean, like you mentioned, it is just really strong, but it is also really fun. It's one of those heroes where you have an amazing, great time playing it, or not so much. Yeah, the smoke from EG. Going to try and skirt around their triangle here, but I'm not sure who they're going to find. They might actually bump in towards Kassane, but no, they actually go right instead of straight up, so not even going to be able to find the Brute. And right underneath an Observer Ward as well, so TSM know exactly where EG are.
I think TSM planted the ward just as the smoke came out, but they're baiting with this. They are baiting. Nice bait.
The instant telekinesis, Dynamics will follow up, but Kassane doesn't actually have any mana left, so he can't even do his split right now. But it looks like the call from EG is just to try and run away. Not going to be so fortunate for Matthew. He will get caught. C-Smile as well has to BKB just to avoid the slows. And he will blink dagger away. Unfortunately, Panda, he's like, where the hell is my team? All alone, and he's just dead.
Poor guy with a slow attack animation. Both supports falling, and remember in EG, it's not just like that you lose 2 supports that's problem, but you spent some time on that. You know, you smoked up, you had the Lifestealer and Fest to Whisper. You were really hoping for this to go your way, and now they're going to go for the Lifestealer, who does have a TP and as well as the Blink, but as well as the Rage. What comes out? There you go. Oh, nice timing.
For this. If we're just going to hold him back. He was like really just holding on to the Rage TP, but he knew the Venge could be nearby, so wise not to go for that.
Whitemon was trying to time it so that he swaps him sort of as the rocket, like to get the maximum time of the Rage, so swaps him so the rocket then chases him a bit longer, then you get it, but it didn't work out for him. And that is going to be a courier kill on Kassane. I've always heard it pronounced Kassane, but maybe it's Kassane, right? Like S-A-N-E, that's sane.
That's how I'm going to pronounce it, Kassane. Makes no sense to me. But speaking of, they have found him. Can he actually get his own off? He's stunned. He's locked in place right now, but there is just no damage coming out from EG. He's just like perfectly healthy. Now they're going to start turning this around. Focus on the C-Smile. I think it's BKB. Yes, still on cooldown.
Nice double stun.
Arena is there, but Tomato just runs straight through it. So does Brawl. It means absolutely nothing. And EG is just crumbling to pieces right now. All 3 cores went through as if they were wet paper. And I don't know, man, this is looking diabolical. You say GG, and I don't think you're too far away from seeing that.
Did you see that? They actually had like a few seconds of hitting the Brewmaster with the freaking Lifestealer. What did he do? Did he do any damage? I didn't see any.
None.
You know, and that's the sort of the classic Lifestealer contribution to the team fights, where the guy just does nothing. He's got no buyback. He's out for 40 seconds. TSM's like, this base is ours. 22,000 gold advantage for them. Draft working out perfectly. EG went for these team fight, but they needed a faceless void, you need a PA, you need something with damage. Don't put lifesteal in this.
Yeah, I mean, there is a reason why nobody is picking this hero nowadays. Just showcased here in this game number 1, not really able to achieve too much. I mean, if you are EG, are you still trying to figure out a way how you can like take this win, or are you already thinking about game number 2? Like, what do you think's going through your head?
It's still very possible. I mean, it's not like the enemy team doesn't have an Aegis. It's going to come up in about a minute, so you can, if you can get a good arena with a quick Echo Slam, you have damage. It's a lot of it's magic, yes, but you do have damage. You can get it, sort of the wombo combo. That's always one nice thing when you have a big wombo. Is like we can come back. Look at the damage though from EG. My God.
Just all Brile, man. I mean, normally it's just common to see a gyro there at top of damage, but this Pangolier has been an absolute demon this game. We've got Diffusal, Blink, Ags, plus the Basher now. He's just got all the tools in the world to just do every single bit of work he needs to. It's, real fantastic game from him. And they're going for a smoke move from TSM. I mean, both teams realize that Roshan could have respawned by now, but TSM aren't really interested in that big boy. They want kills. And they're actually going to run straight in towards Matthew here. The poor old Snapyed. It's just no chance.
And Roshan just pops up. I think that Whisper sees it. He plants a ward in the area. We'll see and he kind of tells them that he's around though. When you do take the Watcher, Empty walks by. All right, someone was here recently because they do eventually go neutral. And you can even actually see the ping. I think did they find him? Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
that Watcher. That Watcher, man, he told them.
He did. I mean, Brile just completely solo killed him there. I thought maybe Mars, Whisper might have tried to go for BKB TP, but obviously Whiteman was nearby as well, so we know that wouldn't have even worked out. Yeah, just unfortunate timing. He was trying to cut the quick wave, gets punished hard, and now this will be Roshan number 2 going over towards the side of TSM, which obviously EG would love to take this fight. Like as you mentioning at the very start of this game, the big power combo of the Ancient Apparition as well as the Earthshaker. You know, we've seen it many a years ago, just how strong this combo is, but it's not able to do it.
Yeah, this happened right now, but unfortunately we're not getting it. And I gotta say, I think Whisper messed up a little bit by taking the Watcher. When he put the ward, that's sort of like all the vision you kind of need. But taking the Watcher as well, it sort of says, hey, I've been here recently, you know? So the logical thing to do is, let's put a few sentries on. You probably were going to do that anyway for TSM, but you remind the enemy team that someone was here recently. Observer, nice D-ward by EEG, but you're 26,000 gold behind.
Yeah, you got no tier 2s standing as well, so every single high ground is ready to be sieged, and TSM probably is going to be gathering up pretty soon, unless they're maybe waiting for one more item on somebody if they're close. I mean, actually, Ags is only 250 gold away there for Whiteman. Maybe it's worth just waiting for that, but actually, maybe they just don't care. Like, why do they really care? Whiteman can die. He's just a support.
No, look at it. He's had an amazing performance on this bench. You know, like remember we started off the game with a double kill, and he's just been slaying ever since. So nicely. I don't know if I'd give him MVP, but a huge factor in the team's success. Like Brile maybe deserves MVP more in this game if they win it, but Whitemon basically won that top lane for his team.
Yeah, and this is a clear showcase, ladies and gentlemen, of why you give your supports kills.
Yes.
He's able to do so much work with it. Like he was level 7 at I think just before 10 minutes or something like that. He was so farmed, and yeah, he's really been able to perform a bit nicely here.
Kills and creeps sometimes too. You know, just a few of them. We don't want too much. Just a couple of creeps, just a few, just a whole wave or 2 waves. You know, and could you move away so we can get all the experience as well? That would also be very nice.
Yeah. Hey, did you ever play Command & Conquer Generals?
Yes, I did. Zero hour.
Yeah. Every time I'm reminded of support is the worker voice line, the GLA. Can I have some shoes, please? It's the number 1 wish. Please let me get some boots. That's all I want. Oh dear. But
I actually love the GLA with their crappy equipment.
Yeah.
They got these tractors that they use for money, and then the US side has these lasers. That's why these machines are finally like, all right, this doesn't seem very equal, but That's what we're having this game. It's GLA versus the US.
Oh, they're trying to make a stand right now. They've got good spear back on Tomato. The Gyro's first life will be going. We've got Bryle rolling into the backlands right now, causing some havoc. That should be enough space for Tomato to get himself out of there. Fisher blocked. Ice Blast not gonna land with anybody. Cars still charging towards Tomato. Stand this ground there with BKB. Force them to disengage. Panda just dies to the flat cannon. Good lord. And it's still a free set of barracks. They've got to kill. Sure, they lost Aegis. With this here advantage, they can keep going.
Oh god, it's hard to look at the EEG and wonder they still have all their ultimates. Echo Slam.
They're trying to make it. There it is. But where is the damage really? It's just nowhere. Seascar Whisper's gone. The Kaz gets swapped back into his death. And that may very well be the end of the game. I mean, there is buyback, but they're not even bothering. GG is cool. And TSM take game number 1.
Very convincing performance. And yeah, I mean, I've kind of been rooting for them to take at least one series out of EG this year. It's been all EG favorite draws. TSM, it's not really just the fact that they won, but the way they won this. for map 2 though. TSM much closer, 2.15 to 1.7. So
Yeah.
it feels like anyone's game, at least entering this one.
Well, I think I agree with that. It's a really strong showing of them. They've come out guns blazing, swinging as hard as they possibly could, and they just knocked EG clean out there in game number 1. Obviously, a bit of that is to do with EG's draft. Like we were mentioning, the Lifestealer was a bit but also I did curse them by going with them. You know, I thought I'd try and balance it out, but it didn't work.
I like the way you say I feel like I'd like to have that on my ringtone one time. You know, I'm gonna go back and clip that because I just someone clip it for me in chat and send it to me. I'd love it. I do think also TSM has a little bit more on the line, if that makes sense. EG, they're going to Dream League. They have a bit more practice coming out for them. This is TSM's last tournament before TI, so. And everyone says you can scrim, you can play PUBG, you can practice, but your best practice is in tournaments. You know that there's no better practice than when there's money on the line, basically. Yeah. So TSM, I do feel like they're coming in a bit more prepared and showing what they can do when they're prepared.
Yeah, it's like loads of pros have said as well. Playing in an online environment and then to a LAN environment is completely different. It's like there's so many more mental games going on, and the atmosphere can make a big sort of effect to it. So yeah, just getting LAN experience in general this close to TI is a massive bonus.
I like when you talk about the LAN environment because it reminds me of TI 1 or 2, which back then they used to have like one booth. And the two teams would be facing each other. Yeah. So some of the teams would shake the table because they're sharing a table. Yeah. The other team would feel it, and they'd start screaming whenever they kill. So they bring trash bags to cover. So when someone jumps in, there's a trash bag in front of them. They can't say anything. But we're in the draft. EG, they're saying Bryle's Pango is a problem, and they start off with a Warlock. So I automatically like this draft a whole lot more.
Yeah, GG. It's EG. They've won. Let's go next. Oh wait, we can't go next. It's best of 2.
Yes.
But yeah, I much more prefer it as well. It's just a solid way to start the draft. Obviously this time as well, no Gyrocopter is going to be appearing. So this is not going to see just that stomping through, like you're mentioning as well. No Pangolier. But there is still, the Treant Protector and whatnot in the pool. Even though actually Treant was just completely ignored in game number 1. Wasn't banned, wasn't picked.
I'm a bit surprised by that, but considering like how popular the hero is in general, but it's fine. I mean, but another team feels like it fit the draft in that one. TSM going back to White One's Vengeful Spirit. I like it. It's one way to stop. If someone's caught in the upheaval, you can bring them out. Maybe you can just catch the Warlock himself. Also very nice. So solid pick, and White One showed that he can do work magic with this hero.
Yeah, I mean, there are some teams that do play Venge 3, but it's a much... You're just not really going to see that in our patch. It just feels much more stable as that position 5. And yeah, like you're mentioning, just how well Whiteman was able to perform in that first game. No reason not to give it back to him.
Yeah, and I've never been a big fan of the Venge offlane, just because I feel like when your ultimate is a very sacrificial ability, you don't want to put that sacrifice on a hero with a lot of gold. It's like, I don't want to invest all my time building this hero up so that he can swap and kill himself.
True.
So,
yeah, I feel like
I'm not a big fan.
Yeah, that's the time where you have to rush the eggs. If you don't, then you're 100% just griefing the rest of your team.
EG, very focused on countering what they feel like beat them the previous game, right? First it was Bryle's Pango, then it was Kassane's Brewmaster. I've been converted to the church of saying it right, basically.
Or the church of saying it wrong. We just don't know.
we need to message the people there, and if TSM was like, how does he say his name so we're not the idiots who say it wrong?
Who knows? Maybe Jenkins might force the interview onto him, and maybe he'll ask him for us if Jenkins wants to be really kind.
If that happens, Terrorblade comes out. That means that TSM might be going for a hero with relatively powerful illusions, like something like maybe Alchemist Radiance, Morphling, Medusa and Luna, although none of these heroes don't show up anymore, but their illusions are very dangerous. So when I see Terrorblade ban, that's usually the thought process that goes in my head.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see if that is going to be the hero choice.
They have next pick as well, so who are they going to showcase? Showing a core right now might be a bit like your carry right now might be a bit too early. Who they go with? Nature's Prophet, flexible, but overall, I don't know. Is he back to more of a core? Or is he still relatively support territory?
I feel like he's more likely to be a support, but I feel like most of the time when he is a support, he's more of a 5. But considering how you've already got the Venge, yeah, maybe it's a little bit of a question mark. We'll see where they're choosing to go for. I always feel like whenever I see a Warlock, I would really love to see a Nyx Assassin on the other side, because he has been buffed in the last patch. Plus, to get rid of that really annoying upheaval, you just walk into it with your Spike Carapace, and that's it. It's immediately
Carapace. Yeah, Spike Carapace. That's how it's pronounced. Yeah, I wonder if Nyx his Mind Flare was hugely buffed. I think it was something like 2, 3, 4, 5 intelligence is damage. Now it's like 3.5, 4, 4.5 to 5. So it ends up at the same point, but level 1 it's doing like almost twice as much damage, which is pretty massive. And there's the Earth Spirit come out. I believe this is Chris's Lux here. It could of course go to Matthew as well. I mean, you know, he plays a whole lot of Earth Spirit, but yeah, it could be C-Smile. It's his second most played in pubs. Same thing with Matthew. Matthew's playing a little bit more Rubik. We'll find out soon enough. Yeah, very open. Yeah, very open. Both teams, hard to tell what's really going through their heads.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Bat Rider as well. What's going on in the interview? I don't know. Is this?
No, I'm looking at the screen.
That's from the party.
Yeah.
That looks like a fun pie, man. Look at all those like inflatables in the pool. I'd be in there, man. I'd just be maxing and relaxing. People playing basketball. Good fun.
That is the theme, you know. Like this is what productions are like. Our theme is a school party, bro. Make sure to emphasize the bro part at the end. As you can see, with the guy with the cap is also emphasizing that part.
Yeah, definitely. I think windows off to
Beast
the
Coast. Yeah, I think that's one of the players from Beast Coast.
Yeah, it must have all been from last. Is this last night or is this literally happening right now?
This is happening right now. It's live.
Oh, awesome. Well, we don't have the audio for us, but maybe the.
Can you imagine if it's live and then we see like Tomado or Brian walking through? We're like, okay, definitely not live. Definitely. Hey, that's Ramses from 9 Pandas. We don't even know what they're saying, but
no, we don't.
They're having fun.
They are. I'm sure it's like an absolutely great time. But yeah, back on the draft TSM, they've just picked up the Lycan there. Do you feel like that's...
Zero.
Yeah, I was going to say, is that guaranteed to be off lane? I mean, there was a time not long ago where people were willing to play it carry, but okay. Faceless Void is there. It's definitely not carry. It's 100% off lane. Carry Void.
Yeah.
So just the mid laner left for TSM.
Interesting, because you know in the previous game you were saying how every time you see a Faceless Void pick, he's picked with heroes that do no damage. I'm like, yep, that seems to be the... there's some damage, you know, Wave of Terror, Vengeful, like some right clicks from the 2 Rage, but it's nothing outstanding, especially because we are assuming this is going to be position 4 next spawn, which I don't have any problem with. I think 4 or 5, I think the hero is viable in both. 4 might even be sometimes better just because you're more used to leaving the lane, you know, as a 4, whereas 5 you're more of a babysitting. Sven comes out, keeping us on our toes with what is the core and what's the support between this Bat Rider as well as Earth Spirit combo.
Yeah. Or maybe they're both the cores and they've actually left their support last pick, like mid and off laner perhaps, trying to throw a little spanner into the works there for TSM.
But do you see that? I think like one of them is mid, but I said like 10 times right now, sorry. That Quap would do really well against both of them, right? Like this is one of the reasons, like Bat Rider against Quap, that you hate it. Earth Spirits probably would enjoy it as well just because you're a melee matchup. So one of them is mid, and one of them is probably a support.
Yeah.
I think you might want the Bat Rider to be a support actually. Just jump catch the Faceless Void and shut him down. In terms of control, they have BKB piercing stuns, but not very long duration ones. You know, 1 second on the Golem, something like 2.5 on the Flaming Lance. It's not the longest in the game.
No. But sometimes when you got a hero like Sven, that like couple of seconds is all you need to just completely delete people. True. That's a very interesting ban of Venomon to get removed. That is a hero which I have not seen picked up in pro play in a very, very long time. So quite intrigued to see that.
No, I like it a lot. I like it a lot because when your Faceless Void burst damage in the laning phase is not a problem for you. Very rarely you're going to be bursted down, but damage over time, because when you time mark it, like, oh crap, I'm, you know, like you're hit by Venom, 15 seconds of Poison Sting or some shit like that. So you're like, oh, I time marked 2 seconds out of the 15. Yeah. So I like the ban. I like the ban a lot. It's later on you don't care, but in the first 10 minutes, Venomancer really just craps all over Faceless Void. And look at Earth Spirit's face. That was a bit scary.
Trying to put his game face on, you know, throw
Heavy breathing face. You know?
But yeah, also Tidehunter that was banned out there from TSM. Just obviously a very strong body to throw in there. A nice ultimate to have on. And again, last ban OD there from EG.
Last game we were saying the same thing because we expected a Faceless Void to come out, and OD was banned. This time the Faceless Void does come out, so OD has to be... Oh wait, I thought actually it would be TSM that bans it, but it's pure damage against Sven, and it's good save against the Lasso. You already have the Vengeful Spirit, but one save is oftentimes not enough. You know, like you're not always gonna get off. So I like it. It's fine.
Have they changed it now where Earth Spirit can't kick people out of Chrono anymore? Has that been fixed?
I'm pretty sure you can't. I don't think I've ever seen it, so I'm gonna go yes. And
Okay.
look at the face. Jeez, do you see like his face? Like holy crap, that's scary.
Man's growling. The Nature's Prophet. It looks like he's like sat on a chair or something, just his head peeking up over the top. Oh, looks good. But
AG.
Nice
Ooh,
Stalker.
nice Stalker. I like it. A way to just stay on top of people, just to make sure they can't get away from you. It's very solid. Although again, the Venge problem exists, right? Like that's the issue. Is like how do you catch Faceless Void and Venge at the same time? I think you have. That's gonna be the big problem for ages. You have to focus on 2 targets at once, always.
I feel like this Night Stalker pick is literally just to find the Venge. Pop your ult, you see it, blink dagger straight on top of that person and just remove them from the game as quickly as possible. I feel like that is the play there. And I quite like that idea. It's definitely a way of just removing that key safe mechanic from the side of TSM. But we'll see what they're going to grab last for their mid laner. Now, do we know for sure now whether if it's Earth Spirit mid or Bat mid?
Problem is that both Chris Luck and Matthew play a lot of Earth Spirit. I'm kind of saying that maybe it, like based on what I know, the team that Matthew's going to be taking the Earth Spirit, but based on the meta that's been going on, Chris Luck has been playing the hero a lot, so I really just I'm personally confused. I think it can go either way in terms of the mid lane. For TSM right now, they need a mid laner, Bryle. Ember Spirits in the pool. Do you want to go with that? They go for the Primal Beast. Oh, okay. I like this. I like this a lot, actually. I think that when you look at EG's team, one problem that you can see as a problem is like late game, Pakaz can do damage. The other 4, not so much. You put a tanky Primal Beast. Good luck going against that. And it's going to be the position for Nature's Prophet, by the way, which we saw coming.
Yeah. So that was quite predicted. You see that the 3 other heroes on the side of EG haven't actually been selected by the heroes right now. So do you think maybe this is some last-second consideration on who they want to put mid versus the Primal, and they've decided to put Chris Luck on the Earth Spirit?
I prefer this. I wanted to see Matthew go. Here's the thing. If your Bat Rider hits 6, it don't matter if he's a support or he's a mid. He's going to be doing basically the same thing. He's going to jump in, lasso someone, but a support Earth Spirit and a core Earth Spirit, very different performance and the amount of damage they can bring to the team. So if I'm want to kill a Faceless Void, I'd rather have the Bat Rider be a support and the core be the Earth Spirit rather than the other way around, because I get more damage out of the combo. So I like it, but I gotta say, it's a better draft. This is a better draft from EG by far than Game 1.
Yeah.
But I'm favoring TSM again. I think TSM has the slightly better edge.
Now, the question is, do I go with EG just so because you didn't, or do I actually make a educated guess here? I think I'll go for TSM. I'll agree with this time, Otomo. But now you know EG's going to win, just so like.
The jinx is on our side, boys. You know, go with the other team. And reminder that 85% of people went for EG, only 50% went for TSM. The odds are favoring EG. Historically, EG has taken this matchup half the time, and it's a tie the other half. So it would be a bit of a... Oh, look at that. The odds even more getting equal right now. So it is just... It's very close. It's a very close series. I'm glad we had this one. I'm glad we got this one.
Yeah, this should be an exciting conclusion here to this best of 2. Like you mentioned as well, TSM have never actually got the full win. Could we be looking at another draw, keeping them on that 0% win rate? who knows? I kind of hope not. You know, I like this TSM to be able to get that nice little confidence boost to saying we've finally taken these guys down.
I like how the 0 is red. You know, it's like it's a big red 0. It's not like they're both the same color. It's like red 0.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can switch that to make it a 1-1 or not.
Yeah.
Night Stalker, this hero got an interesting buff where I think his silence now does AoE damage as well. It's something like 25 to 40 at max level. It's quite a lot. Like it does add up.
Yeah. It's also a good method as well of like getting that instant cancel on blink daggers as well as soon as you go
True.
in. So just to stop that jump out straight away. As long as if whoever he is jumping on is on it and they have the ability to try and react, but who knows. But yeah, I feel like this game not going to be as easy for Whiteman as it was previously, but we'll see just how much that is going to play an effect here, as going to be 2 for 2 on the bounties. Nothing crazy happening.
No. Tomato is the one I'm going to be... It's not a question mark, it's just I think that he has a tough game ahead of him, you know, because you're up against all these AoE silence, BKB piercing silences, BKB piercing disables. It's not the easiest game for him, and even if you get those good chronos, your team won't be able to back you up. So I mean, there's 3 melee cores. Yes. So that's one of the one thing is that the Faceless Void. I usually love this here. Oh, Matthew. Okay.
Might be in danger here. 2 supports are waiting for me. Yeah, good choice just to TP out. And they can't escape there. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they didn't lead off with the Sprout first and then do the stun afterwards, but who knows? Actually, he's still hanging around. Ari, they want to continue this fight. See, Matthew, he did not TP very far. Blood Grenade's coming through. This Bat Rider in danger and is dead. And look who got the first blood, Atomo.
That's it. TSM 100% now. Yeah, I was surprised. We saw him go down to like what 300 health, and I thought maybe TP back to base. One probability favoring TSM a little bit. Probably gonna go shift a bit more. Yeah, there you go. That's the first blood right there. 2%.
Woohoo! So indeed, 2%'s big, you know. Very slight lead, very slight indeed. But we'll see how this mid lane is going down. Currently, see Smile at the top there, but still a couple more creeps to go for Brile if he can get them. If he does, it's pretty much, it's very even. 7-1 to 6-2. We'll see. As like the levels start piling on, do one of these two actually start winning the lane, or is it just going to be even the entire time?
I favor the Primal Beast a tiny bit more, but I mean, I can see it go either way, but I definitely favor the Primal Beast a little bit more. He's not going to go for Uproar, which I think is very clever. You might consider going for Uproar if you're up against like a Bat Rider or Queen of Pain where you're taking some damage, so you can use the Uproar, get the extra damage, get those denies at least. But here, you're up against Earthspear, he's not going to harass you, so he's just going for more in Onslaught as well as Trample, which is very nice. Very nice adjustment by Brile.
It is. And going that sort of build as well, I feel like that sets up for you to go for earlier ganks, having a lot more points into those abilities. So we could potentially see Brile making some crazy plays happen from across the map as getting pressured, but he's going to be fine. Instead, going to go Whispers. Ari's now getting involved here. Sprouts sort of denying the retreat path, and it's a nice free kill once again going over towards TSM, but somehow Whiteman didn't get it. What's going on?
I don't know. I mean, to be fair, at least we get on support as God intended, basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is one of this is the nice thing about having an Nature's Prophet 4 is that he's just more mobile than a Nature's Prophet 5. You know, you're usually with the offlaners are noticeably more independent. Kasai is going to go for that. You know, he already has a little bit of extra regen. He's going to go for Helm of the not Dominator. I forgot what it's called. Iron Will. That's nice. Matthew takes a lot of damage again. This position for Bat Rider is. He's not having any impact.
Yeah, he's really struggling. I mean, Ari's chasing after him. Whiteman did give up for these light arms, going to go back to lane, but actually looks like the Nature's Prophet has also now decided to let the Bat Rider get away. He was still forcing him out of the lane, and as a result, we can see Whisper just can't get anywhere near these creeps.
Similar to last game, though, Pakas is having a fantastic time, but unlike last game, he's on a carry that can 1 versus 5.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen Sven's jump in, Echo Saber, just immediately delete supports. It is scary. I don't feel like you can ignore Pakas as much as you did in the previous game. This game, if he's left alone to free farm, you will have a problem late game.
Yeah, 100%. Gonna have to be a problem that will be addressed, I'm sure. Like I mentioned, might see a very early rotation from Brile, probably once he hits that 6. And then we'll start to see that chaos happen. But at the same time, an Earth Spirit is a pretty rotationable hero. Is that even a word?
True.
Rotationable? I don't think it is. I just made it up.
No, it's not.
Put me in the dictionary.
And one of us is the native speaker, you know? Like,
What is English?
one of us
It's too
it's like
hard.
inventing words. Oh, Ari showing up here.
Yeah,
Poor
gonna get
guy,
involved.
man.
Matthew once again gonna get caught. There is the Firefly, so the Sprouts aren't gonna hold him back, but doesn't even matter. They've still got more than enough damage to bring him down. 3 kills going over towards TSM safe lane. Whiteman once again getting the kill, so all of them just going towards the supports right now. I mean, it works game number 1. It's probably gonna work game number 2 as well.
And Whispers, look at his CS. It's not like Kassane is having that much better of a time, to be fair. Like, he's got a few more CS, but Whisper, I think he died once as well. He is, you know, being shoot out of experience rage. Whiteman thinks about TPing top, but cancels it out. So he's just going to be fine. Bryle, he's, the Primal Beast got nerfed, so also does a little bit less damage. So you don't want to put points in uproar unless you actually have to. Whereas before, it's always 1-3-1.
Yeah, I agree. I love that little like chicken of who's gonna hit the right click first there on the creeps to see who actually gets it, but Pakaz was more patient. Turns out he does get the kill for that one. But now that it's nighttime, Whisper definitely feel a bit more safer here in this lane, and as a result, we see Matthew just focusing on making sure he gets those stacks on the go. But they're gonna make a move on towards Whisper regardless. The bashes are coming through. Tomado's a lucky boy,
Nice treat.
and Whiteman holding his W to get the last hit. What a player.
Dude, not only this, but we're also seeing this kill come out at night, right? When you expect Whisper... Oh my god, Whisper's same net worth as the supports. He is a support at this point of the game. You can't say he's not. Like, he is barely ahead of both Whitemon and Ari, who have just really focused on this bomb lane. They say, we know Whisper is going to be the guy you play around, the guy who's making space. We shut him down. Suddenly it's what? Earth Spirit and Batrider and Warlock making space. That's not the scariest threesome I've ever heard of.
It's not. Threesome should not be scary, but in the mid, Bryle, maybe he's going to be quaking a bit. Seasmar and him are trading blows. Bryle, though, might be able to get himself away. Can he refresh the Magnetize? He does one more time. That should be the tick damage to get the kill. Gonna cost him his life, but does Ari also die? He does.
Yep.
He doesn't get the experience for that, obviously, but even still, the money is there. It's a 2-for-1. Panda even going to be able to snatch away this shield rune as in comes Matthew, but a nice TP. No cancels.
I like how he stunned him and he's like, wait, I don't actually have to walk. I can just do what I want. And the one nice thing about having Nature's Prophet on your team is that you can always threaten the enemy's Wisdom Rune, which means that if you're on EG side, you have to be on your Wisdom Rune fairly early. You can't just show up at like 7:05. You know, it's like you gotta be there before 7. If you're, it has to be a C-Smile already making the rotations, expecting that. If you're TSM, you scan before you jump in there, of course.
Yeah, 100%. Yes, unfortunately, Smile might have actually tried to grab the Wisdom Rune himself and just to try and bump up his gameplay a little bit more, but he does loot for Whisper, actually. Someone who much needed it a lot more. He's like, barely hit his 5 from that. Although, look, he's still holding on to 2 skill points.
It makes sense. You know, it depends on what he's going for. Although I expect you're just going to max out the Void, right? Like, go for like a 3-1-1 build. I think that's the more likely option. But EG, in general, having a much better time. Stacks coming out. Holy, that is a big baby. Did you see how big baby? Anyway, yeah, they have stacks going on for them. You have a much better late game care. Look, that is huge.
Yeah, the farm coming through now because it does actually take a lot of damage. I don't know if he can take this Ancient Star. He's going to try to, but he's going to have to be careful about that.
He's fine.
He's fine. Yeah, the damage from Matthew's definitely helping out up there. He's making sure that the Firefly doesn't accidentally take any of those last hits.
And as he leaves, they'll just respawn right again. And EG cutting this net worth deficit to nothing, despite Whisper having basically no game. Pakaz is crushing it.
Yeah.
It's nice, but remember, you're up against oh, he's a Grandmaster Faceless Void. Nice, Tomado.
Yeah, man's put the time in. He's put the effort to learn the hero as Panda. He's like, why is there a Faceless Void here and a Shapeshift Lycan on my face? What is this hate? Man does get punished. Meanwhile, in the mid, also sees Smile getting caught out right now. The Pulverize doing exactly what it says on the tin. Turning C-Smile wins big pile of mush.
It's a bit scary. You're really... Okay, Earth Spirit as a core in general is a very tempo-based core. Late game, this hero's damage falls off. You expect to really get things done in the first like 25 minutes. After that, you become a bit more utility once you get like the ag and scepter, things like that. You don't really add the damage. So this is C-Smile's time to shine, and you don't shine much from the grave.
You really don't. I feel like you're probably the least shiniest in your whole life when you're dead. I mean, probably.
That does make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, bit of logic there.
He does have the Spirit Vessel, so at least he's got some damage coming out of him.
He does.
We're seeing the level 6 come out. Bat Rider Panda is about at level 6 as well, so once you get that, you become a bit fearsome on EG's side. You know, you have 2 BKB piercing abilities when you need them.
Yeah.
Actually, I mean, you don't need them, but it's just like massive team fight abilities, sorry.
Yeah, it's always nice when you do have them. And yeah, we saw C-Smile, he did try to head down to the bot, maybe if they could have found the old Faceless Void farming up, but fortunately enough for Tomato, he was just chilling in the lower part of the jungle there, does avoid all of that, and C-Smile just has to make the Walk of Shame back to his mid to resume whatever farm he can get. But, I mean, he's not even that far behind Broyle, to be honest. Speaking of, has he found Picasso right now? Runs underneath the Observer Ward. They're going to go for this. Mass TP's still coming in. And yeah, like the queue for Broyle was like, nope. We see those TPs. Do not go for that.
But that means that you can actually play aggressive on another side of the map, knowing that a couple of TPs are down. And that's exactly what they do.
Yeah, looks like they tried to make a move onto Whiteman, getting very low on the Venge. But even still, the bigger kill is C-Smile for sure. 100% the trade that Whiteman was looking for right now. Matthew also getting ran down from this little creep army. The rally damage. Maybe that's going to be the deciding factor right now, but Matthew will survive. The power of the smoke, too damn strong. But doesn't look like they're going to try and force this push either. It was a catapult wave, but just too many members of EG nearby.
Yeah, you're still okay with TSM. Although the Golem being up means that you can't play that aggressive. You also have to be worried about the Golem dropping on your butt and killing everyone. But still, you get the bigger kill, right? You bring down C-Smile, you just lose Whitemon. And as we mentioned before, it is imperative that C-Smile has a good time right now. I wouldn't say it's as imperative as I imagined a few minutes ago, just because Pakaz is so damn far ahead. Where it's like, he's getting the space he needs. It's coming through his teammates' bodies, where they're not shiny, but he's getting it.
He is getting it indeed. And as you mentioned earlier, now that he's on an actual hero as well, he's very scary. Very, very scary indeed.
He's very scary.
He's got Mask of Madness, Echo Saber, 1,000 gold away from having a Blink Dagger as well. And once he completes that Blink, is that the cue for EG to try and make like a potential 5-man move? Or maybe it's like to try and make Roshan easy? Ooh, maybe a Whisper? He's getting called out. He's able to use his Dark Ascension right now, and then in comes C-Smile. Immediately, Briar was like, sorry, mate, you're on your own. They're trying to chase after him. Whiteman is nearby. Just chucking out the stun. It doesn't look like EG can find him. Oh, that was a very short one.
That was a short one. Right?
I think he
I feel like... feels like he charged up for a little bit as well. Alright. That was a nice move by EG there, keeping Whisper alive. He's still lowest in net worth, but he's not support territory anymore. He is a core. So he's like 3.5. He's like, that's the level he is right now. But he's recovering. When he gets Whisper.
Oh, what a roll there from C-Smile, perfectly predicting where the Primal Beast was going to go. Unfortunately, that doesn't make any difference there for the actual Whisperer himself. Good swap there from Whiteman, making space, going for the TP. Is there a cancel the roll? Not going to be in time because Whiteman chucks.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, so close. Milliseconds he would have been out as well. That'd have been so clutch, but Whiteman, man, still playing like an absolute demon.
And remember, this was Golem used, so you don't want to use Golem just get a freaking Vengeful Spirit. You want to get a little bit more from that. At the same time, we have to reiterate, Pakaz is accelerating in farm. The net worth advantage is actually in TSM's favor, which is wild because they're behind gold. They had a relatively tough laning stage, but the amount 15 camp stack total.
That's a lot of money. Make that even more. They all just stacked on again each. Jesus, so much money. Meanwhile, Whisper, once again, being pursued here by Briar, pulverizing into his face. He's gone. This poor old Ghost man can't find anything else. Kasain has popped his ult, but doesn't look like anyone else in TSM want to keep the aggression going. Instead, they actually find Ari, who went the completely wrong direction from the rest of his squad. That will be a freebie for the Cats.
Still fine, trading your support for Whisper. Although again, it's not like a usual game where we're like, it's okay if you're a support, you have a license to feed. But in this game, when your net worth is pretty high as a support and the guy you're killing is a core is having a tough time, it's actually a little bit more even, especially on Nature's Prophet, a hero who can show up anywhere. Killing him is a bit more valuable, and Sven gets the deny. So that tower falling does not give any team a net worth advantage.
No, as we see, it is still less than 1k gold advantage right now for TSM. 10 for 6 is the scoreline. I mean, if you were to predict where the win probability would be right now, what's the number you'd throw out? Oh, they're trying to make a little play here towards Bryle, but that's a very hard kill to go for. Instead, they're actually going to try and turn this around right now. See Smile, bit off more Leak and Shoot. He's not smiling any longer. That's, yeah, debated.
I don't think this has been his series at all. Like this has not been in game 1. Bryle absolutely destroyed him. This game, a lot more even, but again, just feel like Bryle's having a better time, and he is on the clock for this Earth Spirit. His hero's not going to skill as well.
Yeah, definitely not. He wants to start excelling earlier on.
Nice jump.
Whiteman will get found, trying to go for a +1 here on towards Ari, and the Flaming Lasso will secure it. So 2 supports dead. Maybe this could be an opportunity for EG to take the tier 1? No, it doesn't look like it. No interest.
If you are EG, you might be considering actually taking fights. I mean, Chronosphere is up, but you are the team. I feel like your carry is a little bit more active on EG's side with the Sven. It's like Godstring is very nice, but you don't absolutely need it. Whereas Chronosphere is pretty pivotal. Without Chrono, Faceless Void doesn't feel like a hero. So,
100%.
especially because Pakaz has like a 3,000 gold advantage. So even without his ultimate, he has gold, like items to back him up.
Yeah, he definitely does. And so TSM are going to attempt to go for this Roshan right now, but looking at that mini-map, we see quite a few members of EG coming over to the area. So I think they caught a whiff of this right now. And this is not a fast Roshan by any means, relatively slow. Maybe now that the Lycan is here, they can speed this up. But
very risky.
Yeah, it's very, very risky indeed. There is the Dark Ascension still for the Night Stalker, giving all the vision they could possibly need right now. Immediately he's jumping on in there, trying to focus on towards this Faceless Void. He's silenced. Doesn't get the second one right now. Trying to do what he can. Tomato gets swapped around, will manage to get the time walk back. C-Smile charging forwards, trying to find him right now, but once again, maybe he's just gone too damn far on his own, getting control. Still, this Faceless Void is desperately trying to run himself away, has to drop the Chrono defensively, but it is holding everyone from EG back. Maybe he can actually escape. No, he couldn't, because it looks like Whisper did find him in the end. Bryle as well, getting control from the rest of EG. The +1 onto Ari to boot. So it's a 4-for-1 exchange going EG's way, and Roshan has very kindly been wounded.
Yes, I mean, we say wounded. I think the guy's got like a gaping hole in him. That's a little bit more than a wound. Pakaz gets it. This is looking very much in favor of EG right now, and that Chronosphere coming out completely defensively. They're having trouble. You can see like right Tomato, they're right on top of him. Whisper's making sure he doesn't get anything, and the rest of the team is trying to keep Whitemon as far away from him so he doesn't get that swap save off. Worked out well for them. Now you have a heavy 5,000 gold ahead of basically everyone on this event. Pakaz is having a fantastic game.
Yeah, he could not be wishing it's going any better. He's getting got on a little bit right now. 2 supports are on and actually doing a decent amount of damage. And they will manage to get the kill. They do the swap on towards Panda to cancel out that upheaval. Now they're going to focus on 2 as well. The rest of EG need to turn up to try and turn this situation around. BKB has been popped from the Sven. The pulverize gets cancelled pretty quickly there from the silence. Still, Whiteman will end up falling down. Bryle making sure he gets the finish onto Panda. He's getting controlled a fair amount. Yeah, buyback from Whiteman. It's a long TP though. Not going to be able to find anybody. Looks like instead Tomato going to try and find the bat, but a blink dagger away. Nope. He is fine. So after all that, it's the Aegis gone, 2 supports dying with a buyback on Whiteman. I think TSM were kind of happy with that, getting rid of the Aegis.
I think so too. I think that if you're EG, you kind of would like the Aegis to be used in a fight where it's like, oh, he gets caught, he jumps in, and then like you reset the fight. But this is kind of like we just got it. We're not gonna be able to farm too aggressively with it. So now look at this. Look at this. The Whisper straight up staying on top of Tomato, whereas the rest of the team tries to keep Whitemon away from like just controlling him as much as possible. Does get the swap off, but by then Tomato has lost so much health. He just doesn't want to fight at all.
Yeah, he literally spends the entire time just running away. Even drops the Chrono here just to guarantee that he can get away. But it's lower guaranteed because Whisper smells blood, charged after him. And does, just made sure that they got that extra kill, and everyone else in TSM just free food.
Once the BKBs come out on TSM's heroes, it'll be a lot harder for EG to do much, because right now we're not seeing the pulverize come out on the primal beast. But once he has it, you should be able to control this fan a little bit more. Whether you can kill him is it's a different matter completely, though.
That is. It's going to be a hard kill to find no matter what. And yeah, definitely feels like they just need to provide so much more space for the Space Void to become actually a scary hero right now. He's a long way from happening. Also, it feels like Brile as well was falling off. He had a really nice start. He was destroying people left, right, and center, but he is bottom farmed core right now. I mean, Whisper is still the lowest because he had an absolutely terrible start, but he's trying to recover.
Yeah, he is. And he has an impact, right? Like, he may not have been farming very well, but he's having an impact in these fights, which is all that matters. Goes for the Blink Dagger early as well, just so he can stay on top of his targets. And TSM, they look at EG's draft and they think it's mostly physical damage, so they're getting Assault Cuirass. They're building... Oh, White might be losing his life. It's fine, so fine for now.
Yeah, trying to hold back Matthew. Obviously, Sprouts do absolutely nothing versus Firefly. And EG, they are steaming ahead. They really want this kill on Swipe. But actually, Brile's now turning up. The silence, though, actually does connect onto him, so they can't quite get finished. But nice Chrono connects onto 2. Locks down Brile, but it doesn't even matter. As long as he gets the damage to kill Ceasefire right now, and it looks like they do. No roll to be seen. And the big bait there from Whiteman. I mean, he does still die, but 2 kills for him. He's happy.
Well worth it. Very well worth it. But Chrono is down. So if you're TSM and Pakaz, he might be able to show up for these fights. Doesn't have the ultimate available just yet. But if you are EG, it's a minor setback, but big opening is now available for us if we want to go for it. Because anytime without Chronosphere, TSM feels so much less threatening in those situations.
Yeah, 100%. Especially just considering how absolutely massive Pakaz is right now. BKB actually went for a Battle Fury as well. I only just noticed that. Man just wants maximum farming speed here.
Also because you want to be able to make sure that Sprout never bothers you, right? Like, you had a Quelling Blade. You're like, Sprout's going to be... We've all seen the clips of a certain North American player who may or may not have lost a game because of Sprout. I believe it was on his Sven as well. So it's like, yeah, not having that happen to me. I'm just going to get a Battle Fury and get it over with.
Yeah. Well, it seems to be working out so far. And see if he can just continue this amazing amount of farm he has. And he has the Swift Blink queued up next. Just going to be a means to delete those backlines even faster if they can just get the full lockdown, which they probably can, to be fair. As there's just not really any answer. I mean, he's a hard kill to find as well. He's like 2.k HP. He's got tons of armor. He's fast. So difficult.
Yeah, it's... killing Pakaz is going to be just the challenge for EG. Focusing him down first, as you mentioned, is going to take forever, but leaving him alive is no option either. You have to be able to, like, chrono a bunch of people, kill 2 of them, then take the fight 5 versus 3, in which case you can take the fight then. But any other circumstance feels very risky. And Octarine Core finishes on season. He's actually 3rd in net worth overall, thanks to the Hand of Mice. And he's got Hand of Mice and Octarine, so it's going to be available So yeah, he's doing a really good job staying in this game. I thought by now he'd be falling off, but he's not.
Yeah, I felt like if TSM kept their pace going from like after the 10-minute mark, then he definitely would be completely annihilated. But just that one fight around the Roche pit, I feel, has just been the big decider here in this game to really slow down TSM's game. And the EG have been capitalizing fantastically right now. And they're going for a smoke move as well, but not really anyone nearby to gank.
Bra shows himself in the mid lane. Does he have a BKB? I haven't seen him in a while. He's got Blade Mail. That's one nice thing about... I feel like Blade Mail in general is a pretty good item. And against Ven, who's mostly physical damage, is always going to give you some value. I think it's like 20% return plus 20 damage. You activate, it's 105% damage returned. And he's got Battle Fury and Cleave, so he's not going to be controlling the damage that comes out of him, you know?
Yeah, I mean, now he has Battle Fury. Does he actually do more damage to the people he's not hitting? I think he does, yeah. So
yeah.
You hit one person and the person behind just goes bleh, dies.
He's like, hit me instead, hit me, no.
Please hit me. Oh god. But CTSM heading down here towards the bottom part of the map, where there's a few members of EG, but the call is just to run away. Not going to get found out this time.
Honestly, can we see the win percentage? I'm very interested to see if it favors EG by a lot or not. Not a whole lot. I didn't think it would, just because you're up against Chronosphere, which is such a big thing. But at the same time, it is scary. This Pakaz Sven is scary. Like, he's gonna hit 20k net worth before Tomato hits 13. Like, that is not normal. You know, it's not something where you're like, oh yeah, this is what happens. It's like, no, he's 20,000 gold net worth, and the enemy carries 12.8. True, but 12.
It's pretty nuts. Well, battle-proof Sven, mate. You know, that's a standard meta now. It'll be in all the pubs, even if they're not playing against Nature's Prophet. It's gonna be everywhere.
Now the question though is, if we go for a 60-minute game, which we might,
Possible.
very possible. Who do we favor then? I mean, look at EG. Those two supports, especially like Warlock, we've seen, you know, Warlock can get a bit of gold. This hero can become quite something with like Agon's Refresher. Not this particular Warlock when he's dead, but it can happen.
He's dead. I mean, it was a very aggressive place to be on the enemy side of the map while your entire team is on yours.
Upheavaling.
Yeah, just all casual like, trying to get some farm where he can. Definitely
like,
punished.
Yeah, it's like he can be a legitimate late game threat. I feel a Battle Rider as well as a support can really scale, but the other two don't. The cores don't as much, you know. Earth Spirit as well as Night Stalker, not the best late game course to have on your side. Matthew, he's fast. I think he's out.
Yeah, he's gonna be fine. Second Roach as well was a minute spawn time, so not too long at all. And we'll be obviously spawning on the dire side, so we'll probably start to see teams solve. Fortifying that location as he's smart, maybe found the initiation here on towards Insane. See how much damage they do. If he's like, oh, hang on, I'm on my own.
A lot.
And he's dead. Meanwhile, though, they managed
Brian.
to find Bryle, but he has a BKB at the very least. So he's able to get
And a
himself out
Reaver.
of that one. And maybe now with this shapeshift still going, they're going to try and make a play. They get a swap back onto the cast, what's the BKB? The Golem drop does not connect onto anybody, but even still, the cast says, you swap me, I kill you. That's how things work. The face the smoke as well. Silenced up, but even still, the damage has come through. They blew up Whisper, jumped to the low ground there from the Spaceless Void to avoid the Sven. The Sprout actually pushed Bakaz closer to Bryle, which gets him killed. Ari will still fall, and the call for the rest of the TSM is to get the hell out of there.
And I think if you're Tomato, you have to get that BKB. I don't think he's wrong to get the Sanjin Yash. You're up against BKB piercing abilities, you have to get it, you know. But you also look at Whisper. He was on top of him the entire fight, and Tomato was like, I can't do a damn thing. So in the end, EG they are forced to use the buyback on their mid. It does hurt his economy quite a bit, but they get a lot of it. So once Tomato gets BKB though, I don't think the fight's gonna be as easy for EG. He's got BKB and Sanjin Yash, controlling him becomes nearly impossible.
Yeah, it seems on this replay. Z-Smile thought he was doing something, but if we look at the minimap, his team is nowhere nearby. I think...
Yeah, Bryle's just over there by himself. He is tanky though. Like he's got lots of extra armor. He's got what? Did you see that? Has something like 50 armor at some point with 3k health. And they want to go for Bakaz, BK, because the Golem hits nothing, but look at Whisper just jump straight on Tomato. Whole time he's just on top of him, making sure he cannot use anything.
Yeah.
Big deal.
He basically spends the whole time once again trying to just run away. And yeah, that Sprout, if it was a little bit more to the right, might have been able to see Bryle survive there, but obviously Bakaz with the Battle Fury would have been able to cut the tree regardless, so maybe it wouldn't have been much of an impact there, but we do see TSM.
Second
They're going to try Roche. Good, look how quickly this is dying. This is super speedy.
Well, this time it's you have the Lycan there from the start. You have a lot more nice armor thanks to Salt Cure, so it goes to Tomato. This is much needed. You can now take a fight without the BKB if you're the Faceless Void. You don't absolutely have to get it, but it will tide you over until you get it. Basically, I think EGU's not going to be in a rush to take this fight.
Yeah, going to apply a bit of pressure to the brakes right now. Maybe we can wait out the Aegis if possible. Oh, that's always nice finding. Yeah, multiple bounties. I remember I was playing one of my pubs and I go into enemy jungle and there was actually 7 on the ground. I'm like, what the hell is this? Free money for days.
There's no jungle management at all here. I don't play a lot of Turbo, but people saying Turbo's even worse because you know Turbo's like 10 minutes in, you go in there, it's like spawning every minute and a half, and you usually find 5 or 6 when you go there. It's like, oh, there he goes. Yeah. Because Turbo's game is just completely different. Top lane, I have a big rumble here, and Bryle's caught.
Yeah, good lasso. Kaz also doing a lot of damage right now. Can Bryle survive? Trying to get himself out of there. Not going to happen though. He will still fall. Godlike spree now from Kaz as well. This Sven is a real problem. Same, trying to TP out. Oh, that's stunned. So close. And they're just going to be able to run down the old Lycan free kill. That was milliseconds. I think I actually saw like the end TP animation start, but just barely caught him.
By the way, Whisper, I think he's got a gem on him because Panda gave it to him. So now you get that flying vision with the Night Stalker, clearing up the map, taking away whatever observer was there. Oh no, just apparently the sentries were there. But either way,
Free money.
tough. Yeah, tough for TSM right now. But again, they have the Aegis on Tomato, so it's not the biggest deal in the world.
Yeah, I feel like the fact that Tomato is not the one dying very frequently is pretty big. Yeah, 5-1 and 6 is his scoreline. He's doing everything he possibly can to try and accelerate his farm. I mean, sure, he is still 9,000 gold behind the Sven, which is pretty massive, but I think that's just because having absolute insane game more than anything else.
Yeah, it's not like Tomato's doing anything bad. It's just because is out of control. However, at some point, Pakaz is not gonna scale anymore. You know what I mean? Like at some point, he's gonna be like, "Yeah, I think I'm topped up, guys. I can't get any bigger." And at that point, the rest of the team will feel a bit lackluster. I don't think that Whisper and C-Smile on their heroes can just scale that much.
Yeah, he's like he'll just reach that critical mass and that'll be it. But I mean, the one thing, even if the game goes really late for the side of TSM, it's like even if they land the Chrono onto Pakaz, nobody else is really doing the damage there. So it's not a huge amount coming in. It's all going to be down to whether if Tomato can basically solo the Sven in those sort of situations. Speaking of, does spot him, but not actually too eager at making that jump against a very farmed enemy carry.
I like how he's only got 1 point in time dilation. I've heard that this spell is like so worthless to level up. So he keeps the level, he takes stats instead on the Faceless Void. You know, it's pretty cool to see.
It is indeed. So still a minute and 40 seconds left on this Aegis. Clearly TSM not interested in actually forcing a fight with that. They're just using it to basically secure farm for Tomato as much as possible. But we'll see how effective that's going to be as we actually see EG being the ones invading the enemy jungle right now. Not going to find anything.
Yeah, they feel like if you get pick off now, you kill people, then by the time they group up again, the Aegis will expire and they won't want to fight. So I like the move by EG. Ari's got the Agam Scepter finish as well as the Shard. This is when you start seeing people sort of go different builds on the Nature's Prophet. You want to get a Hex? You want to consider like a Refresher? Do you want to go for more DPS items? Because the other items are always very standard. Aghanims, Solar, Shard, then you just decide what you want to go for. They are smoking up. And yeah, we'll see what Nature's Prophet can do. I feel like late game Nature's Prophet. Do you know his stats gain is the highest in the game? 9.5.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
So he can definitely become a core if he wants to.
Yeah, it depends if he actually gets the space to fully farm up. Almost like you're saying, he has been finding bits here and there. Only 1,000 gold behind the Night Stalker, but we'll see just how much he's going to be able to excel. As obviously
doesn't matter. He's got 9.5 stats gain. He doesn't need anything.
It doesn't need items, just levels.
You know he's twice as high as Abaddon. Abaddon's like something like 4.7. So he doubles Abaddon's stat gain, which is just crazy to me.
That's sad. But yeah, I don't really love playing Abba. He was actually buffed a bit in the last patch. I think like his cast range was increased and stuff, but
yeah,
nothing major.
It's like Ice Frog. Just give him 0.5 to each stat, and then he'd be fine. Because the guy has got 4.7 stat gain. It's the lowest thing. No one else is that low. No one even has 4. The next lowest is like Slark at 5.2. It's not right.
It's not.
It's
not like the hero's picked all the time. Very rarely appears anywhere. But it's sad to see. I always like playing him. He's good fun.
He is. Shielding people and getting those big saves is always just the best. Meanwhile, this game is definitely, we said we are going to be here for a while. Both teams feeling like they can go late game. One side, you have this Chronosphere on Faceless Void, decent scaling support. The other side, EG, they're like, we got this mega farm Sven who can just one-shot anyone.
That he can. He is just an absolute demon this game. 30,000 gold net worth. Going to be able to get this Tormentor pretty much for free. Shard over towards C-Smile. I feel like everyone else who needs the Shard already has it, so it's not exactly like massively impactful, but even still, a little something extra there. And I feel like this is all because, you know, when we were deciding which team we think is going to win, I agreed to be on TSM. Yeah, the curse is real.
We would have taken this by now for I say we. I don't know why. Just because I said that. It's like my team.
Secret TSM coach Otomo.
Yeah, but I feel like TSM. It's not so bad. Like this 12,000 gold. I've seen 12,000 gold leads where it feels like that's a big deal. This game in particular doesn't. You know, it's like 12,000 is there. Not the biggest deal. Oh, Brian, nice swap.
Yeah, Wyvern. Big sacrifice, putting himself in the line of fire to save his core. Brian was trying his best to get himself out there. Actually has to pop the BKB.
Oh.
Turning around with the pulverize, there is not a single teammate nearby, so has to
Tomato
back. Has a rock to the face, but Tomato jumps in, manages to find the Ninja's Prophet to lead in a second. Tomato has to jump away once more, so both supports dead on the side of TSM, and creep wave coming in, so probably going to be seeing this tier 2 going down.
One thing I'm not loving about TSM is that I don't get this feeling that we've seen a lot of Chronospheres in this game. I think he's thrown. I think I've only seen one. Whereas he's being very conservative, feeling like if we throw a bad one, sorry, I think we've seen two. Sorry, if he throws a bad one, he opens the window to EG, but you're also opening the window by not using it, because then he's like, yeah, we can just. Just farm.
Thanks so long you hold on to it. Well, Gaimin Lasso has managed to find the grab onto Kassane, tries to jump him onto the high ground, but the Ogre at Seal Tome actually gets himself out of that sticky situation instead. They're trying to focus onto Whisper, but nice Garland drop connects onto 4. Bit of Fatal Bonds going around as well, but even still, Whisper's just flying around in circles, trying to avoid all of this damage. Wyvern in the backline has been found, but there is the Chrono just on the C-Smart, manages to take out that Earth Spirit. The Aria's back on in, trying to see if they can find anybody else right now. Hiding inside the trees, they get the spot on towards Matthew, maybe EG. They can try and turn this one around, sitting themselves in a very sneaky position. This could be massive. He could delete people right now. He doesn't have his ult, but no, actually, never mind, he does. Immediately focus on towards Ari. He is gone. Brio also in danger, removed from the equation. It's another few kills there for Pakaz, and EG once more coming out on top.
Yeah, it was not the best Chronosphere in the world. Only catches off Kassane. Is he gonna be alright? Oh, nice use of the Ogre Seal Totem. Is it gonna be enough? Tomato trying to slow him down, but I think Kassane is losing his life as well.
Yeah, rolls plus harpoons and flying on through. Just no way to get away from EG squad right now. It just does not stop coming. And could be a tier 2.
That's backdoor. He doesn't care.
Doesn't.
Because like, oh, backdoor? Does it exist? I don't see it.
That's backdoor without God Strength or anything like that coming in. That's just standard auto attacks. Jesus. Man's a real menace.
There is no Golem, there is no God Strength. TSM, they don't have Chronosphere themselves, but that doesn't mean that they can't fight this.
Oh, they were talking about fight, but Kaz is the one who wants to go in right now. Focus on towards Wyvern. There is the Lotus Orb reflecting the stun. Going to be able to finish off that Venge. And they're gone 50 seconds. No buyback available. Probably going to be a full set right now, but Brio as well as Kassane going to be respawning in just a few seconds. Is that enough though to defend these set of barracks?
Will they glyph it up or not? Looks like they might be. Oh, here we go.
Oh, okay, Brio charging on in. Pulverize going to land on towards the Sven right now, plus the Sprouts are on top of him, but where is the follow-up damage? There's not really much coming on through. And now Gaz is over, is back. He's going to start beating into people. Tomato jumps in, but he does not have his ultimate yet, so he can't really lock anybody down. Instead, Brio charge through. They still lose Ari. Can the Primal get himself away? The answer is no. He still gets found. Trying to find Kassane, but the Ogre Seal once again gets him out of danger. Wolf fight on Tomato though. This Faceless Void hurts a hell of a lot with that axe, but he has now
5 seconds.
Chrono's almost up. He's going to chase off him, see if he can get the connection right now. But the Blink Dagger actually is there for the Sven. He manages to avoid it.
1 second time walk.
Jump forwards. Who does he find? All these blinks, man! EG, they're just too elusive. But Panda, the only person who doesn't have any escape, will be found. But who cares? It's a nice little hit and run from EG.
It is, but if you're TSM, I think this might be go time for you. The problem is that Pakaz is gonna have God Strength up in like 35 seconds, so you know it's down, but you know it's not down for long. It's a really tough situation for TSM. Roshan is up. This is 3rd Rosh, so this is Refresher Shard. It is an opening for TSM. You have to get this. Double cross. He's been very conservative with his Chronospheres. Having a shard might help cure that problem.
Yeah, feels like you can't just chuck it out onto like a single target. Hopefully get the first. Oh, the wolf bite is actually a really nice pickup from the Lycan to just help increase the damage from the Faceless Void. Because like we were mentioning, there's no one else that can actually deal damage into that Chrono, so the fact that Tomato has that little extra buff on top of everything else might just be the difference maker there to find those really key kills.
It's not just that it gives him the double chrono, it also gives him double BKB, so shutting him down is a lot difficult. Assuming he can get it, like he can use it, which I think he should. You have bench saving you, you have a nice bunch of armor coming out from the Assault Cuirass, coming out from the Vladimirs, so you should be okay. Oh, we got a good. I told you, man, we got the good series today.
Oh yeah, and it's already cooking out to be like that. 30 minutes in, 27k gold lead, but definitely the ability for TSM to still stand their ground and actually take these fights. It's not at that stage of the game where EG can just run at them and just win handedly. Always going to be that option of like the scary black hole, not black hole, sorry, for Chronosphere.
Look at that. See, Smile has the Aghanim, so you can turn your allies into rock, and that could be a problem. You know, they get, you know, one or two guys get chronoed at the edge. We turn one of them into a rock, and suddenly that Chronosphere is pretty lackluster. Tomato just doesn't care. He's all in front of the enemy side, daring them to go up against him.
Yeah. So it's like now for Tomato, not only do you have to catch the Sven it feels, but you've also got to try and find that Earth Spirit at the same time in the chrono. Very, very difficult.
Itemizing for armor on Bryle, by the way. He also took the level 20 talent for +7 uproar armor per stack, which is very nice. Like, they just want all armor on this because can they catch him? Nah. Oh, nice use of the ulti.
That is good. Swap there to get this kill on C-Smart, but he turns himself into the boulder, kicks himself away with the roll. Just so hard to lock this man down. There is the wolf bite onto the face of this void, does get the spot. But how far can he actually chase with this? As C-Smart looks like he actually rolls the complete opposite direction with the TP out. He is A-OK.
But it was... yeah. Ari's Aghanims actually hits him from across the map, so he stops. They get a swap off, but that Aghanims, like the C-Smile Aghanims, it's super good defensively. What can they find? He's not around. And they're sort of, like, he's just sort of circling them, but no one's really there. Because he spots Tomato.
They got the jump, Kane in danger right now. Just constantly silence up. Got his on. There's going to be the chrono. Just the lockdown on towards the Batrider though. Gollum drops to slow this down. Tomato taking 2 million damage a second, it feels like. Nice hold rise as well. Trying to do it because they actually get the kill to Sven. He is gone. Sigma also now stuck in the middle of the fray, trying to find an angle to roll away. He's just not going to get it.
I mean,
Whisper. Good run. Don't worry, Atomo, it's not a PG stream. Either is it, I don't know.
Holy shit then!
Oh my god! Then Panda maybe gonna get caught. Glimmer just to delay his death, I feel. Only a matter of time, yeah, he still gets found. He is gone. And TSM, maybe they're back.
They are, I mean, very, very much back. Remember, that was only, the Aegis was not used. You still have 2 minutes out of it. There's C-Smile, we know he bought back earlier, so it's not available for them. And if you are TSM, you're thinking it's time to do some structural damage. Tomato can just like eat the refresher shot. It feels like you know, if he sees the buyback coming from a Sven, you eat it, chrono him again, and that could be just game for EG. Very tough situation and really well played by TSM overall.
Yeah, it really was. And that was also EG trying to take that fight because they had the high ground wards. They thought they could catch TSM off by surprise, but this does not work out for them whatsoever. And yeah, as a result, it's going to be tier 3 bottom, middle as well. I mean, is Mikhail's going to be forced to buy back? Or they might just sacrifice 2 sets of Barons for this?
I think you might be forced to sacrifice 2 sets. I mean, if you are TSM, I think you're going to try as best as you can to go for all 3. But maybe not enough time. Maybe not enough time. C-Smile will not be up for the next fight in Tomato. Straight away go up. We want all of it. You know, it's super awkward if you're Pakaz right now. It's like 10 seconds. Do I really buy back? Defend Mega?
Maybe such a waste, but well, not even waste, but it'd feel like it. And even still, he's finally going to respawn. But they've already lost Panda. Yeah, he's not going to be able to come back into this one.
Super tough.
Sven's steeping himself into the trees because wants to get the backstab, but there's only 1 building left in the EG base. He's going through the back. Maybe he can find Whiteman immediately on top of the eventual Sprouts. Unfortunately, not going to make a difference. Valkyrie tree cut.
They got Mega.
Keeps him out. Megas have already been secured. What a huge game turnaround this is right now. And TSM, they're just going to go for tier 4s. Whisper though, using the Dark Ascension. Going to put a little bit of fear into them right now. They're going to focus immediately on towards that Night Stalker with the pulverize. There is going to be the Cronus as well. Locked down on Scoot.
Uses the shard as well.
Smile is just gone. Now Tomato jumping over towards the Sven. Look how quickly Pakaz dies. He's used the talent, but he can't hit anybody. He's going to buy back, but he's not going to have God Strength. This could very well just be the end. What an absolutely insane turn of events here from TSM. Whisper trying to get this tier 1 towards the bench, but that's all it is. It's only a position 5. Whisper's going to try and fly himself away, but Tomato with the bash! He survives with 50 HP. But
No
the
mana
skin
though
in
for
his teeth,
Pakaz.
he gets out.
Tomato
Yeah.
doesn't have mana. He can't chrono.
They're actually going to back off. TSM
Smart.
paying a bit of respect here for EG and not going to throw all their eggs into one basket.
I mean, if they go in there, they lose their. It's 3 versus 3, and you're up against like one guy who can pierce B. Sorry, you're up against the Warlock. Doesn't have golems, but they may not know that. They may think it's up. It's very clever of TSM to not push this advantage and think, oh, it's over, let's win. It's like, no. Everyone back out. You know, for a few seconds, we're going to be fine. Look at Bryle. All that armor, phase boots, uproar stacks, Shiva's guards, Blade Man, it all adds up to him being. How much? Okay, he's only got 36 off, which feels like not much. But once he uproars, he hits a lot.
Did you just say 36 armor is not much? Man, that's a lot of armor.
Yeah, it's not like, oh, Tamara's got a DD.
Oh,
because they found him.
What? He's gonna
Chrono.
try and run away, but he gets caught. This is a wolf
the
form
wolf.
DD. He just gets torn a new one.
That's it.
And that's it. GG is called. EG tap out. And TSM come on in with a huge recovery here in game 2.
They were 28,000 gold behind on TSM's side, but we always knew that they have a chance with this. some reason he didn't want to use buyback today. They